now it makes a lot more sense to me. It's something that resonates with me. I said to you on the forum that I wasn't really at all passionate about my product, which didn't matter because I was fine not being that way. But having found that better ideal client now, it's something that I've actually got some interest in. So I can take a lot more interest in it myself rather than just something I'm doing to make some money.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Anybody else get any more clarity while we were away for the evening or during the workshop that they would like to share?
Did anybody actually get the ball in the hole last night? I think Kelly did. I think Kelly was on a roll.
All right. So I think just to go over the agenda for today. So today we're going to talk about the first session is going to be about traffic. We'll get into that right after this. So probably be a little earlier than 9:30, probably be about 9:10. We'll get into it. Then we'll take a break for 15 minutes. Then we'll get into sponsored ads at 10:30. We'll do that for about an hour. Then we got a section on action planning. So that's how to plan your week and your day. So I think somebody was saying yesterday they wanted to make sure that they had time in the day, how to block out 2 hours. It might have been you, Tabitha. Can't remember who it was. Then we'll go to lunch. And then we're going to do a mentor panel, which is like a hot seat where you can ask all the mentors any questions you've had that you've been wanting to ask and you couldn't have asked on the forum. Workshop breakout for the rest of the day. So you can see it's almost 3 full hours of breakout today as opposed to yesterday, which was about an hour and a half. And then we'll just do some light bulb moments, wrap up, and recap. So let's go ahead and get into it. So first session is going to be all about traffic, and Kirsty's going to take it from here.
Mm-hmm. So, guys, remember this. The traffic goal is essentially to get to page 1 for your main keywords. We talked about that yesterday. Maintain your ranking and achieve your daily sales targets at the desired price. So does everybody understand that, right? So what you're trying to do is essentially rank for all those keywords that have got the most volume, not the really, really small ones. They will come later, but don't start there because you're never going to really achieve that goal that you set yourself. Then you want to maintain that. So you guys have gone through all the metrics training in Amazing Accelerators, right? So generally when you've got to this point, literally all you're doing is checking your metrics every day to make sure that you're not slipping. That's it. That's why Isaac and I can do these awesome workshops and stuff, because we've still got our Amazon businesses running, but essentially we're not in that business the whole time, okay? And then we want to obviously achieve the daily sales target. So when you're planning your launches or planning your products, choosing your products, you have those daily sales targets, right? That's what you're aiming for. So once you've achieved that, and you want to be able to do that at the price that you set in the first place. That's essentially it. That's selling on Amazon. Once you've done that, get another product. And you get another product and another product, right? How many people here have launched a product and are trying to eke out an extra 1 sale per day or something, right? Rather than launching another product. So we see this all the time. So in terms of traffic and sessions, again, you need to know your metrics. So an excellent sessions per day is over 100 sessions per day. Does anybody have this on their products, over 100 sessions per day? A couple of people? Yeah, cool. Matt, you got 100 sessions per day? Yeah, good. A good sessions per day is between 50 and 100 sessions. Anybody got that? A couple of people. Great. Now, not good is below 50 sessions per day. So you know that you've got some room to move. If you've got less than 50 sessions per day, you've got a high conversion rate. You want to get more sessions, right? You want to drive more traffic. So that's when we know that that's what we need to focus on, is driving more traffic. Yep. What's a session? You've not launched a product yet, is that right? Okay, so when you actually launch a product, the metrics in the back end of Seller Central, it gives you some specific data. And they've got a column that is essentially sessions, and that's how many people are looking at your page, right? So they land on your listing and they look at it. Yeah, they're just looking at it. If they don't buy, then it's not converting. So that's what the conversion rate is. They're just looking at it. They're going, do you know what? Should I buy this thing? And then if they buy it, then that's the conversion. Yeah. Yep. This is per day. Daily sessions.
So are you asking if you should have an average of that, or if it just peaks one day? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, so it'd be like an average of 30 days. That's what your session should
Yeah,
look
but
like.
per day.
Yeah,
right.
per day. Not 100 sessions per month.
Is that the same as impressions?
No. So sessions is when they're actually looking at it. They've landed on the page and they're on the page and then looking around, reading your bullet points and all that stuff.
Yeah, an impression is an ad that they scroll past that they may or may not have seen. Yeah.
When you have variations, this will be the total of each variation, right?
Yes. Because on variations, well, no, actually, no. Look, you want to look at each variation to see what the sessions are.
But then if you have 50 for each variation or 100 for each variation, you end up with 300 sessions a day.
Yeah.
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 I wish.
Yeah, with variations, it's a lot less likely to happen, though, because
Yeah.
each one's, like the main one's going to get most of the impressions, the sessions, the clicks, all that stuff.
It's a good point about variations as well in terms of conversion, because if you just look at the top line conversion, so this sum, it's usually off, right? It's not really what's happening, so you definitely need to look at each variation for conversion as well. Yeah. So how to drive traffic. So these are the key ways to drive traffic that we use every day in our businesses that get us $1 million businesses, right? So a standout main image sounds very whatever, right? Yeah, really? Yeah, no shit, Sherlock, right? But we have found that actually just concentrating on this one thing, this is one thing that everyone can do without learning everything else, right? And I'll show you some examples in a minute where we've changed main images and how they've actually driven sales like immediately. Obviously the right keywords in your listing, we talked about that yesterday, so by having the right relevant keywords in your listing, that means that Amazon's bots are going to crawl all over that and they're going to be able to show you for those keywords. Price we talked about as well yesterday. So if you're way overpriced in the category, chances are people are not going to look at that listing. They're like, nah, it's too expensive. I'm just going to move on. So price is a key indicator not only for conversion, but also for traffic. You also want page 1 ranking, because if you're buried on page 20 for your main keyword where all the volume's coming from, no one's going to see you, right? So that's why you want to drive up the organic ranking so that people see you all the time. Number of reviews. So we talked about that yesterday as well. What does good look like when you're looking at the competitive set in terms of the product that you're actually selling? So how do you compare to everyone else? So if everyone else in the category's got like 500 reviews and you've only got 5, chances are you might not get seen as much. So you just always need to be focused on getting good reviews. Amazon sponsored ads. Obviously we know this really well, and Isaac's going to go through this in a lot more detail later. But one thing that I found when I was starting my business, and there's so many ways you can drive traffic right off of Amazon, Facebook, Google ads, all this other cool stuff. But for me, I was like, I just want to be focused. I don't want to learn all that other stuff because I'm going to spend all my time learning all that when I haven't even got the traffic on Amazon yet. So the key differentiator for me to drive and grow my business, and still today, is mastering this. Because once you've mastered all your listings, the right keywords, all this other stuff, this is where people are shopping, right? They're shopping on Amazon. So you want to capture all the traffic that's already on Amazon. And it's one of the key ways that you can do that without learning everything else. So if all you ever do in your business is get great listings and understand this really well, you're going to have multi-million-dollar businesses. Then as you start to, master these things, then you can also use other things like, promotions. So lightning deals, daily deals, price drops, coupons. So how many people have run lightning deals before? Yep, cool. Mike, I know you used to run a lot of lightning deals. I used to run them all the time until they took them away from me. It's not fair. But, you don't have to be 35% profitable with these things, right? 20% is awesome, even 15%. You want to be able to use these as a key driver of sales, because the other thing is as well is that once I was getting them every week, and I was running them on profitable products. They were already working really well. They were ranked really well. I was driving, a couple of 100 units or 500 units on a deal. If you do that every week, there's going to be a residual effect when it comes to actually your ranking as well. So I really reduced back my Amazon sponsored ads, I ran a lot of lightning deals, got the volume, drove up my disbursement, but also I kept my ranking. So it's a really good tactical piece to use if you get it. But you want to make sure that you are making some money, right?
Yeah, not all products work with lightning deals, unfortunately.
No, basically, if your product's a dog, it's not going to work on deal. Have you found that before? Yeah, right. right. Oh, that's a good tip. Yeah.
So can you say that again so that way people from live stream could hear that?
Yeah, so when you do find products that do pretty well on lightning deals, during that time period, that 6-hour time period, I'll also focus heavier on my primary keywords I'm trying to rank for, because your conversions skyrocket during a lightning deal, and especially if you're getting traffic on those main keywords, then a few days later you're going to see the residual effects on the rankings.
Yeah. What about the 7-day deal?
7-day deals. Yeah. Just test it. I have not run one myself yet. I don't know if you guys have yet.
So we've gotten some great results from 7-day deals lately, because what you get is the same limited time deal badge by your product. So again, for that 7-day period, your conversions go up. The only thing you don't get is the scarcity of quantity or time. And then scarce or 7-day deals are about twice as expensive. So usually $300 instead of $150, but it's a full week of sales. So right now, you'll see less offers for 7-day deals than lightning deals. But if you get one, I would recommend doing it instead of a lightning deal, just because you get a lot of higher conversions for an entire week. And I feel like the price is really worth it. Again, though, it has to be a product that's still going to sell when people get to it. If it doesn't, then you're not going to get any benefit out of it. But they're good. They're better. I rank them better than a lightning deal.
Yeah, and deals definitely work better when your product is already ranked on page 1, right? Because you're getting all that visibility as well.
So do you have to be selected by Amazon for a 7-day deal? So you just can't go
Yeah.
sign up for it, right? Okay.
What, all you need to do is look in it's in the advertising, I think now, right? So
Yeah.
you go to the advertising part of Seller Central, click on that, it'll drop down and you'll see deals.
Yeah.
Click on that and it'll tell you what deals that they've offered to you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
So if 7-day deal doesn't show up, then you're not
You
eligible
can't have one.
for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Is there a volume that you have to be kind of selected for that, or?
Well, they say there is, but it's arbitrary, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay. Can you ask them to put you on a 7-day deal? Oh, okay.
You
Great.
can ask them.
Just wondering. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
I think it's basically from an algorithm, some sort of bot automatically invites you, but yeah.
Yeah.
Can you explain what you meant when you said when you're running these deals that you pump up your PPC? What exactly are you doing?
So usually about an hour or so before I have a lightning deal running, I will go in and for my campaigns that I'm focusing just on ranking for keywords, I'll double the budget for that day so I don't run out, and then I'll make sure that for those keywords, the CPC, there's no magic formula that I use, but I'll definitely increase my bid for each one because I want that keyword to be showing up as much as possible. Because I've seen usually conversions double during a lightning deal or more for those keywords because of the scarcity and because of the lower price and that badge up there.
Yep.
And it
I was just going to say that badge and the little time limit or whatever it says right there, that really drives traffic on the actual regular search results. So having that ad there really helps get that traffic and that conversion.
Yeah, if you think of it when you're looking on a page, you've got the lightning deal page, then you've got the regular search, you've got your own organic ranking there, and it's showing the limited time deal. And then if you've got your ad at the top, you're kind of like dominating that page. Make sense?
So you said there's no rhyme or reason to the lightning deals or applying for them. So you just go every day and look,
Yeah, pretty much.
and it's based on volume. You think?
We have no idea. I mean,
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
doing I had lightning deals on my top products, and I was running them, literally. Well, it was like a year ago now, and then literally from 31st of December, they just stopped. And I've been running them for, constantly for a year. Massive volume products just stopped. So yeah, it's hard to say.
Okay.
And the realistic formula that I think Amazon uses is what's going to make them the most amount of money.
Yep.
So they're going to look at a product that's already selling pretty well, a product that they're going to make money off of their FBA fees, and that fits into the limited inventory of lightning deal spots they have. Like they set aside probably, 3,000 lightning deals a day, and they just go down the list of all the products they think are going to make them the most money. So if you put that kind of mindset hat on, it helps a little bit. Not much, but...
One thing to keep in mind, too, I just want to stress that. I know it's been said. And I think, we talked about conversion rate yesterday. Like, if you're under a 15% conversion rate, don't think that a lightning deal is going to save your product.
Yeah.
Like, get the conversion rate up that's a primary focus, and then take advantage of those deals and things like that.
Yeah, the best way to run the deal is when you've got all you've got all this stuff happening, right? You've got page 1 ranking, it's doing well, it's consistent. That's when it's a good time to run a deal.
And don't do a lightning deal when your product's not in season. I sell an ice scraper. July is not a great time to run a lightning deal on that product. It doesn't do anything.
And one thing that we've done, try to time things. We've had a lot of luck. That's like before Prime Day, for example. The week before Prime Day, sales are at an all-time low. Like things are very, very low. Like July 1st weekend's horrible sales. So when you do activities on days like that, you don't sell as many things, but in comparison to everyone else, you're selling a lot more. So on a busy day, you might have to sell 100 products to move up in rankings, but on that day, you might only have to sell 50. Does that make sense?
Yeah. You're taking advantage of the maximum sales on low days to get conversion and ranking higher.
My question is about outlet deals. Has anyone had any experience with that?
Yeah.
Is that the one that basically trying to get rid of product?
Yeah, it's like a liquidation kind of thing.
Warehouse deals? Yeah, we tried it. It didn't. We didn't sell anything, I don't think. Have you tried it?
So they're another type of deal, and they will tell you the price that it needs to be. Again, if you have a product that still is, converts pretty well, they work very well too. The benefit of these is it's 2 weeks and there's no cost for it. It's not like a $300 or $150 deal. So those are pretty nice, so that they're safe that way. Just keep in mind that once you do an outlet deal at that low price, then the next deal you have to do for the next 90 days has to at least be at that low price. Like once you kind of set that low price, then Amazon knows it for the next time period, whether it's 30 or 90 days. Again, they work pretty well. I tested out, and if you're converting well, it should convert well for you as well. And you also get a little badge on that outlet deal as well.
Yeah. I would say that I believe that outlet deals are based on your inventory levels as well as like if the product's selling well. So they're like, yeah, you got 6 months stock. Here's an outlet deal, so then you can try to get through it faster. But yeah, I've tried it as well.
Yeah.
I feel like we're just going to talk about deals all day now.
No. But I think it's a good way to keep your sales and maintain your sales. I would just say whatever deals Amazon offer, if everything works well, like your page 1, you already sell well anyway, then try the deal because there's you might as well just test it out for yourself and see. Like you said, it might cost you $300, but it's $300 worth of data that might actually work really well for the future. Yeah.
Is there a ideal discount percentage?
Which one? Sorry.
For the lightning deal?
They give you what the discount is, essentially. So there is a certain discount that they'll go to. It's usually around 20% off. You can go lower than that if you want to, but you can't go higher. So they'll tell you what what their minimum price is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I heard that once the deal is over, the lightning deal is over, it's probably a good idea to run another kind of discount to promote more traffic or increase traffic to your listing?
It really I wouldn't probably do that. To me, you can test it for yourself. I'm just really looking for that boost because I know Amazon's going to, drive it for me as well. Then you go back to regular price. So you can kind of you can control it a lot better if you do it that way. You can also, coming onto your customer lists, you guys have all got the ManyChat training in terms of obviously building up your ManyChat list. So what you can do is you can actually use that list and say, hey guys, we're running a limited time deal, 4 hours on Amazon in the next day. Get ready, and then give them the link to the deal once it's running. I think that's a great way to drive it a little bit further as well.
Yeah, I think it all depends on your objective. If you're going to run another promotion after that, like if you've got terrible ranking, you're trying to move up, and you did a lightning deal and somehow worked, and you've got other stuff like a price drop and sponsored ads the day after to keep getting ranking, that can help your momentum. But if you've already got it all, it's probably just kind of continuing to spend or get less profitable sales.
Yeah. So yeah, customer lists, obviously, you guys, as I've just said, you've got your ManyChat training. You've also got some training around how to, build up some lists on Instagram. So that's a great way of supplementing all this stuff. But I would say that these are the most important things to get right first, and then supplement with these things. And, just generally, social media, using influencers and all that type of cool stuff. Yeah.
I have a question about the customer list. On the ManyChat, we can have the pay some money to get the actual real email addresses. And do you suggest to do that if we just do the Facebook ads and not just for the email campaign? So do you still suggest to get those emails?
Well, the way you can do it through ManyChat is just say, hey, we would love to make sure that we can, work with you in the future. What is your best email address? And they will type it in. I think that's one of the best ways to get that email address.
Yeah. So if you're buying people's emails list, that's probably against privacy laws, so I wouldn't recommend doing that.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing that. People do it, but I wouldn't recommend doing it.
Yeah. They're Facebook's people, right? So are you saying that, so they're Facebook members and you're illegally getting their email addresses? That's what's happening when you're buying those lists. Because they're not giving you their email, are they? You're buying it from a list somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
So don't do that. I would highly, because if you email them, what are they going to do? They're going to say that so you're talking about
right.
the lookalike
He's
audience.
talking about that.
Gotcha. So yeah, you don't even need to get the email list. You can actually do the Facebook synchronization. Yeah. So get the Facebook synchronization to do a custom audience.
The way that we work with you on how do you actually, try and get people onto your ManyChat list is to run a contest, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what you can do is take those emails, create a lookalike audience, and run the ad for the contest to those people.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how you would do it. So they're going to be you know that they're going to like your stuff a little bit more. But generally, what we do is we just set up Facebook ad audiences based on the interests as well. So you can have your lookalike. But I'd also do another one which has just the interest that for your brand, and then run it that way as well. Yeah.
We've got 3 questions here.
Sorry if you already covered this later on, but if you've got a list in MailChimp or something like that, would you also run ManyChat? And if you did that, would you then get rid of the other one or maintain them both?
No, just maintain both. Yeah, I mean, this is just an easier way. The ManyChat stuff's an easier way of doing it for someone like me who just can't be bothered like doing email lists and stuff. But if you've already got an email list, you would email them and you would try and get them on ManyChat at the same time as well, so you've got them in both areas. But whatever asset you've got, you want to use that asset. Yeah.
Have you ever used WhatsApp Business? Because I tested that and I used a leak magnet on an ad in Facebook, and it shows the WhatsApp icon where I click. They get a PDF or a video, and then it comes directly to your WhatsApp, and it shows the phone number and email addresses of the people that, and it's through Facebook, so it's a legal way to get
that's a good tip.
list.
I mean, I've never used it myself personally. Again, for me, I like to just get really focused on 1 or 2 things that I'm going to go really well at, right?
Yeah.
So to try and do this one, I would say pick one and just do it really well. So if WhatsApp's working for you, then just do that one. Get really good at it. Because this is a problem, right? And this is why we're having this conversation now, is that everybody's thinking about what's the next thing that I'm going to do.
What's the 100 things I can do to drive
without
traffic,
the mastering
instead of
the
doing
one
thing
that you should do.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So if you don't understand Amazon sponsored ads yet and how you can actually drive traffic through that, I wouldn't even bother with that. I just go hard on Amazon sponsored ads so you understand how that works. Yeah. And then maybe you want another thing off of Amazon that does it. But I will say right now, driving my business for the last 6 years, I have hardly done anything off Amazon apart from ManyChat, and I've only just started doing that. So I'm not saying don't do it. Well, I am actually. Don't do it until you've mastered, the one thing, because otherwise that's what we end up doing is shiny objects here, and here, and actually not doing anything well. Then you get overwhelmed, and then you're like, I'm gonna give up on this business.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is somewhat related. We learned yesterday that Amazon has removed the ability to have first name and last name from Amazon, from Management by Stats and any other third party. Do you know anything about it? And
I would just say, does it matter? What reason do you think it matters?
Because, for example, you get a 1-star review.
Yeah.
Then you look at the name and you try to find that customer. And
yeah,
normally
just
we
move
use
on.
Management by Stats.
Move on.
Yeah.
Honestly, you can't control that. So, number 1, don't worry about it. Number 2, if you get a 1-star review, just comment on the 1-star review and then try and get good reviews after that.
Sure, but sometimes we actually turn the 1-star into 5-star.
Yeah,
that's pretty nice. But we need to know who they are. And when you have the name, you can find any that's how we do it.
Yeah.
They've been talking about it for a while now, and Managed by Stats actually was able to keep getting in all of the email addresses much longer than almost any other company. But what's happening is it's a privacy concern for Amazon. So everyone worldwide will no longer be able to get automatically first name, last name, and address. So yeah, you can find them manually. So what you can still do is go inside of Amazon and look up that. You can look up the order and see their name still and contact them manually. You just can't download the data anymore.
And that's usually only if they have their name or something that could be relevant to their order on the actual Amazon customer name.
So the way we're looking at it, we're no longer going to do any more of the email appends. We're no longer going to do the custom audiences, and that's okay. We have like 100 other avenues to get traffic.
Yep. You can thank Cambridge Analytica for all that stuff.
But yeah, guys, this is an example of try not to be so myopic about one little thing in the business. You have to think broader, right? If you can't control something, move on to something that you can control, because otherwise it's going to drive you bonkers, and that's the thing that you're just going to focus on and not think about all the other big stuff.
Yeah. Hey,
You know what I
Kirsty,
mean?
when was the last time you cared about a 1-star review?
Like first product,
Yeah.
right? I mean, we've had products where we got because they have different sizes and stuff. Which again, I didn't take my own advice and don't do that. But we're getting 1-star reviews because basically people are stupid and they buy the wrong thing, right? And then they send it back and go, oh, it was a rubbish product. It's like, well, no, the product wasn't rubbish, but actually you just bought the wrong size. But what we do is we try and do that, just do it once, and then we move on to get really good reviews. And how can we make it better for the customer to actually choose the product?
Yep.
That's what we focus on. Make sense? Okay, cool. So obviously you guys have got amazing accelerators. There's all that training in there around traffic and how you can drive it. What we can do today in the room, we can focus on these things, right? So price. Tony, you dropped a few prices yesterday. How's it going? Did you get any more sales?
Yeah, I got 2 Bath Mueller sales last night, and then the other product I dropped, I got 2. And then today I've gotten 3 or 4 sales this morning.
Is that more than what you normally get? And it's a Saturday, right?
Today, questionable.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay.
But
So it's-
last night, those 4 were definitely extras that I wouldn't have gotten.
Yeah, cool. So that's something quick that you can do that has a big impact. And that's what we want you guys to get focused on now for the future. What's the biggest thing, what's the main thing I could do right now that will have the biggest impact in my business? And do that one thing first, and then you can move on to the things that have a high impact but will take you a bit longer, right? Because I think what we do as humans is we try and focus on the big project, and you're not going to get there for 2 or 3 months, right? Versus what's the quick thing I can do right now that's going to have an immediate effect. Price. Main image as well. We've changed many main images, and same products, been selling these products for like 6 years, keep changing the main image. How many people have got pissed off because someone goes, because you put all this work into your main image and then everybody copies it, right? So what do you do in that situation? Do you get mad, or do you do something different? You've got to change it, right? I mean...
And actually, me and I'm obviously tired right now. Sorry, Greg. Thank you. When I first started, one of the things I did was I differentiated my product just by adding a little raspberry, and my conversion skyrocketed. And then all of a sudden, within a couple months, everyone had the raspberry, so it didn't make a difference. So the one thing to think with that, too, is always be the trendsetter. Like, if people are copying you, that's a good sign, so change it again. Like, always make it better. It is hard not to get pissed off at people, but at the end of the day, we do the same thing. If we see someone with something that's going to convert, I'm going to steal it. So just something to think of.
Yeah, it's true. And, I mean, I'll show you some examples in a minute where we've again, changed main images, and it's had a massive impact on sales. And then sponsored ads. Essentially, you want to be visible in the right places. Basically, what that means is you want to bid high enough so that you actually get seen, right? So sometimes you can be bidding on ads, and you're like, why am I not getting any impressions? It's because you're actually you're bidding at a point where you're actually buried on page 5 or something in terms of your ad position. And then also, you might not be bidding enough in terms of a daily budget. So think of it this way. Amazon wants to show you if you're prepared to spend, right? So if you're bidding, and we talked about to Tony about this yesterday, in some of your campaigns, you were bidding like $3 a day. So Amazon's going to go, well, I'm not really bothered about that. Thanks very much. I might show you over here once and over here, but you're not prepared to put the cash in to be seen. doesn't mean to say you're going to spend that budget, but what it means to Amazon is I'm real, I'm serious, I'm going for it, right? Yeah.
So speaking of one of those campaigns, so I am not showing today. I'm not being placed, and I up the bid. So should I up the bid, or should I increase the percentage in the placement?
For me, it's about also the budget. So if you're bidding,
Yeah.
and you've got a $3 a day budget, chances are you're not going to get top placement no matter how much you bid. Or you might get it once, but then your budget's going to be gone, right? So there's a couple of things. One is, we like to say 50% above the 75th suggested bid, 75th percentile on the suggested bid, right? So you want to bid a lot higher than that. Just say double it for now, right?
Okay.
So say suggested bid is $1.50, bid 3 if you want to be top position, and then put a decent budget behind it. And I'll go through what we would do from a launch perspective, and the equation that you can use.
So if you're not being placed, your bid's not high enough.
Either your bid's not high enough or your budget isn't high enough. Yeah. And in terms of the right places, that means the right keywords, the most relevant keywords that are going to give you the traffic.
And just remember that sponsored ads has an objective. So if you're trying to get ranking, then that's a strategy you should use. But if you're in maintenance mode, you don't have to just keep raising your bid to get more placement because you've already got high keyword ranking, right?
Yeah. So have a standout main image. So the main image has got a couple of jobs to do, right? So think of it this way, and I said this to some people yesterday. Your listing, your main image, is essentially your packaging, right? So can you imagine, you're walking down Walmart, you see all the shelves, you see all the cool packaging on the shelf, and the packaging is the thing that makes you want to pick it off the shelf, right? So that's what you want your main image to do. That's the first thing that people are going to see about your product. So think of it as important as developing amazing packaging, right? It attracts people to your listing, so that's why it drives traffic. It establishes your brand in the eyes of the ideal client. So we talked yesterday a lot about the ideal client, so it needs to connect with that person. And you want to stand out and be as attractive as possible, right? You're going into the pub, you're out, for the night, you were standing at the bar, you want to attract as many people as possible, right? So we say use the 6-foot rule. So when you're developing your main image, you don't just want to look at the main image on its own, right? Because that's you in your own little world going, this looks awesome. You want to see it in the context of the category. And by that, what we mean is we want you to type in your main keyword, bring up the first page of everybody on that page, take a screenshot of your main image, and stick it on one of the positions there and see if it stands out versus everyone else. So look at this page here. Which ones stand out the most, would you say? On which? On the left? These ones here?
Top left.
This one? Because these ones here, even though they kind of look cool when you go up close to it, doesn't stand out as much as this one, right? So you can imagine you're typing in the main keyword, you're like, oh, yeah, okay, I'm just scanning. Oh, you're just naturally drawn to this thing. Otherwise, what you're doing is if none of these stand out on the page, and we had someone that we worked with in, and this is a bit, I think, for you guys over here as well, with your Whetstone. When I looked at yours, everyone looked the same. So it was very difficult to kind of differentiate and go, oh, what else am I going to look at? So generally I would go, well, what price am I going to look at? Because everybody else looks the same. So I'll go for the cheaper one. So that's why you want to stand out and differentiate. So here's some ideas about how you can do it. So this is one of my products. Now, do you think this is like a cool, fancy little tool here, right? Can you imagine if this was just on its own and everyone else looked like that, right, on the page? It's a cheap product, cost me 50 cents to make, right? But I can charge $10 for this, whereas everyone else is charging, $7 for 2, because what I did was, we weren't getting anywhere with this product. And then I thought, well, how can I show what this thing actually does? So what this thing does is, the main benefit is to use it for a condition called plantar fasciitis, which is like pain of the foot. So I was like, okay, well, if I think about how do big brands show pain in their imagery, and generally they either show relief or they show the pain, and generally the pain works better than the relief, right? So I tried a blue. So you see this kind of communicates pain. I also tried a blue which would communicate relief, but it didn't work half as well as what the pain did. So just by doing this, we drove a 200% uplift in sales, like immediately, like literally within like 2 days.
Isn't that a policy violation?
I had a
there's-
feeling
Who
somebody was
cares
gonna
about
ask
policy
that.
violation?
I don't. As long as they don't shut you down. I mean,
We've been doing this for 3 years, 2 years.
Hey,
2 or 3
Kirsty,
years.
does Amazon shut you down for having a policy violation on an image?
No.
They don't.
All they
They'll
do
just
is
take down the image.
They could suppress. You could suppress the listing and say, "Hey, it's a policy violation. Do something different." So you just do something different, right? But yeah, I have not had this one taken down at all.
so
Yeah.
You know, they'll say something on your listing, and you'll look, and you can give them 20 other examples. They don't give a shit.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like just do what they say. But yeah, I've never heard of anyone because of an image, ever.
So the rule is you push the limit, and
Yeah.
then if it sticks, okay. If it doesn't, then you react.
Just do something else, and I'll give you an example of that in a minute as well. Yeah.
Well, I was just say, Alessandra, do you drive faster than the speed limit on the road? Exactly.
Sometimes.
This is what we call bending a rule, right?
Yeah. So we go for what we want, and then if there's any issues, then you pare it back, right? That's what we do. I mean, we're not talking about black hat stuff here, right? We're not hacking into accounts or anything like that. You're literally just playing with the main image. Now, everyone now has gone to this kind of imagery in the category, so now we're working on a newer one because, as Jason said, you know, there's no point getting annoyed about it. Just kind of like move forward. I mean, we've had people that have just even taken the same foot, right? So we managed to get out of that one. This was my assistant at the time. It was just her foot. She just did that on that. So zig when they zag. Yeah? What was that, John? Yeah, so also zig when they zag. So foam roller category, you know, everyone's there in the category. So you can see everyone is kind of pretty much the same image pointing in the same direction.
And they're also all black.
They're also all black, right?
Yeah.
So did you see the difference there? Which one stands out? Right? This was an established product, and again, I was getting annoyed because everybody was copying. So I did that, literally drove 50% overnight extra sales. Right? So all we did was flip the image. Right? Doesn't take a lot, right? Now this one, you can use packaging and color to drive standout. Now this one here, it's a chalk bag, right? So this is like for when you want to go weightlifting and stuff. Now, obviously, Amazon do say that you want a white background, so it's a bit hard to stand out on a white background. The other key thing was that we wanted to say that it was refillable, but again, because we kept putting it on the main image and they kept suppressing the listing because we just put it there as a tag, right? So we were like, how are we going to get away with it? And Amanda came up with this genius idea. She's like, well, why don't we create some packaging and then put this on the packaging? Now, this chalk ball does not come in this box. So we just made up the box. And it does come in like a bag, but the bags, you can't really show the bag on here. So we just came up with a box, put it next to the chalk, really stands out versus everyone else.
Hey, Kirsty, what happens when somebody complains that they didn't get the box?
We don't get any complaints, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have had that happen one time where I did a fake box, and the customer said, "Oh, was this supposed to come with a box?" And I said, "Oh, yeah, sometimes Amazon doesn't ship it in a box."
Yeah, good. So actually, we had one guy, we showed this, and he goes, yeah, I really recognize now that actually it doesn't even need to be real on Amazon anymore. Or something. But yeah, no, I mean, this is, you think about the customer, they've bought the product, they're not thinking, oh, that had a really nice box, I really want to see that, right? They're like, no, I just got the product that I wanted. Generally what most people do is they just chuck the box away, right? This is not on a shelf. You're just trying to stand out versus everyone else. And then his was a similar thing. So Matt, this is the vibrating roller. And we wanted to show that it's got 8 speeds because everybody else in the market has got 3. So again, we tried to put it on at the top on the main image, and we getting suppressed. So we just stuck it on the box. So just think about how you want to communicate stuff. It doesn't have to be exactly that packaging, right? You can easily start to put some of your main benefits on your main image by using packaging. If you haven't got any packaging, just create some packaging, stick it on there. Make sense?
have you tried? Do you recommend A/B testing? There's some, like I think PickFu, it's one service.
I just stick it on there and see. Yeah, I wouldn't. I think you want real data from Amazon, so you could do it for a week. Just pop the main image on there, see what happens for a week, do the metrics, and then do another image. That's what we did with the foot image.
Yeah, and we have that ability to mock up your page one main image, so I'm pretty sure that's in the training. So there's a section on how to mock up your page one image. So if it stands out and you step 6 feet back from your computer and it stands out, that's probably a pretty good indication that you're going to get more sessions and more sales.
Yeah. So, we do that all the time, creating new images. That's what we did with this one, wasn't it? We had different angles and different things. Stick it on there and see what stands.
Just a quick question. Who do you get to do your packaging, pictures, things like that?
Mm-hmm. So I have a graphic designer, and we can give you his details. And what we do is I get all the photography done at the factory. So they'll just do standard images, right? So different angles of the product and stuff. And then we send those images to our graphic designer. Well, Amanda does, and Amanda does a lot of that storyboarding that we talked about yesterday. So we'll obviously have, this is what we want for the main image to help it stand out. We might have maybe 2 or 3 different versions because we want to test which one stands out the best. And then we'll give him all the storyboard with the benefits that we want to show. Send him the photography, and he will come up with the different designs. Now, I think you've just done that, Rebecca, with Octavio now.
Yeah, I have. So working on a main image to try and stand out. It's a very benign, unexciting product. So yeah, I basically did the exercise that we did yesterday, right? I came up with my benefits, and then I sent him a storyboard with the benefits of what I was going for, and I took some Google images to try and visually show him of the benefits that I was trying to communicate. And he's coming back with some great stuff.
But Kirsty, why don't you spend $1,500 on product photography?
Exactly right. So with Octavio, might cost $500 for the whole thing. And like I said, most factories now will take photos at the factory of the actual product. It doesn't have to be amazing photos because he's gonna tart them up a bit, right? He's gonna, there's that word again.
He's gonna brighten them, remove the backgrounds. all
Yeah,
that stuff.
brighten up the colors and all this other stuff.
Can even render from scratch.
It's a bit like us, right? When us girls, right? We want to look a bit better than all the big bags under our eyes, so we get one of those apps and color everything in so we look amazing. It's a bit like that.
It's kind of like makeup too.
Thanks, darling.
One thing with images too is, again, the stress of planning them out, because we've made the mistakes early on. You just think that a graphic designer gets it, so you say we need these images, and then you spend $1,500 or $1,000 or whatever, and you get maybe 4 out of 100 images that are any good. So really, really make sure you give them guidance on that, or you waste money. So it's just a lesson learned for me.
Yeah, because graphic designers and people who do photography are not marketers, right? So you have to explain the marketing aspect of what you're actually trying to convey.
Yeah. So the more you guys plan what you want to see, as Jason said, and give direction, and we've got in, I think it's module 6 or 4, maybe, module 4, where I go into a lot of detail about this, how you actually do it, the more chances you're going to get some really cool images coming back, right? And they're going to have their own ideas as well. But the direction is that's where you want to point them, and then they're going to put their creative flair around that. Yeah.
From a creative brief perspective, I would probably spend 2-3 hours planning the brief, actually mocking it up. I'll do my scribbles, then I'll convert my scribbles to a kind of PowerPoint and look at, have I got too much going on in that image? Then I would give perhaps 2 different directions. Say, I could go in this direction or this direction. This is the main benefit that I want to be able to, for it to evoke. And then look, can you add some? Feel free to add your creative flair, but these are the kind of 2 directions I've got, and do that for every single image. But I'll spend hours on that creative brief, and Octavia loves the fact that I'm able to kind of give him that wiggle room to kind of be creative, but also he knows exactly where I'm thinking, what does good look like. So time in the beginning in the creative brief will absolutely save you money, and time as it comes out, obviously, on
and just to be clear, you don't have to have the exact same graphic designer that we have used or that any of us have used. I don't use the same one that they use. And all you have to have is a good graphic designer. That can save your business tons of money and actually get you the right results for your images that you want.
Yeah, a good graphic designer and a good brief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're not on Fiverr.
Not
No,
on
they're
Fiverr. No. No. So when you're planning your new product launches, right? Make sure what you do is you want to look at the category, as I said. So, like here, right? You want to look at the category, put your main keyword in, and go, how is my main image going to stand out versus everyone else? That's how you want to start the process, right?
Kirsty, I would like to also add here that when you're selecting your product and everybody else is black,
Yeah.
do you think you should pick a black product? No, because then you can't stand out with the product on the main image, right? So this is actually part of the product selection process. When I start selecting products, I go, what is everybody doing? I go, how can I stand out? I want my color of my product to be different. And I
Yeah.
know a lot of you guys are thinking, well, how do you know it'll sell? Because it stands out. That's how I know it'll sell.
Yeah.
I know you will.
We did that with one of our products and it flopped. We went to the back to the black color, and it's killing it.
What was
So
the product though?
It's oven mitts.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
maybe you didn't
you
do
just
like
want to be
orange
careful
or
with
red.
that. I get what you're
Yeah.
saying, but like some people are really, really, really particular about that, and the color black just sells. So
It
I
usually
just be
does.
careful with that.
I'm telling you that every product I've ever sold stands out from the rest, but I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is part of my product selection.
So what
think about that.
I did was I thought, okay, well, here's my brand colors, right? So my colors are red, black, grey. So I was like,
Yeah.
okay, everyone else in the category is black, so I'll go for a red color because it actually fits in with my brand. I think with things like maybe if it's going into a bathroom or a kitchen, then people might have more of a color bias.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if it clashes with everything on their countertop or something.
Well,
like
yeah,
that.
I'm not going to buy something like bright pink and stick it in my bathroom. It
Yeah.
just look weird, right? Cool. Okay, so who wants to check out their main image and get some feedback? Oh, yeah.
Kirsty, when you put that box on your listing,
Mhm.
can you put your brand name on it, or what? I don't know
Yeah.
if that was your brand name or not.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Do you speed on the freeway?
We even have images with our brand on the bottom.
Our logo,
On
yeah.
our logo, yeah. On main images. And we've got away with that as well.
Yeah, we test a lot, and
Yeah.
that's the key thing. You know, just if you think it, do it, test it. If it gets suppressed, have a backup plan. So don't put kind of everything on that main image. Have like one that actually meets terms of service, and then have a little bit one of a cheeky one, and just test different things. Sometimes the bots catch you up, and sometimes you might be able to have that up for a year. I've had an image that it's impossible for me to have a white background, and I've had like a great fun image for about a year and a half. Then I said the bot suddenly got me. Then I had to change it for like a couple of months, and I've reverted it back again. So I kept testing it. So never take no for gospel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we got Mike that wants to do his main image here.
Cool.
I can give you the file. Will that work?
Well, if he knows his ace in, we can just type that in. Ah. It's going to be hard to see that, isn't it?
It just says its main image.
So you can see already that these look very similar, right? They're not. I mean, which ones stand out right now? Which ones would you be drawn to if you were in the market for this? This one?
The bigger
This one?
Yeah.
The one above.
This one.
Takes up more space. It demands the whole footprint.
You can see clearly what it is, how it's going to work. These are probably questionable, but cool. Do you want to bring it down a little bit? I mean, can you Oh, is it? Yeah. I think it's probably the only way we're going to see it properly, you know, to see if it stands out within everything
Right.
else.
So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to take a screenshot of this using snipping tool. And
Or
I'm
if
just-
you've got a Mac, you can just do it automatically.
yeah, well, you can do it on a this tool is better than the Windows version of the auto thing. You copy this. I'm going to simply put this into Microsoft Paint because it's like free and just easy to copy and paste stuff. So, bring Paint over here. Nah, I'm good. I'm fast.
You think you're fast, but you're not that really.
Well, as fast as you can go with this live demonstration. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy the image and I'm going to paste it into this. Where's the? There you go. I'm going to paste it into here. So I'm going to paste it, but I'm going to resize it. I got to back out here. Resize. I go like 10%, so I get it to be smaller, and then I can go a little bit. Oop, it's not going the right way here. Come on. So I just want to get it lined up with the other ones here. So I'm going to just do it over this pen one so that way I can get it right.
Mm.
Try to get it to be a
Has anyone
square.
actually tried this before? No. You haven't gone through module 4 yet then?
Alright, so I've almost got it to the right dimensions here. Actually, if I just... And this is like... Of course, this is not high-level graphic design or anything, but... Jesus, can't get the corner. There we
That'll
go.
do. That'll be good.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'll just move it over. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this... and I can copy this whole thing or whatever, but I can just kind of blow it up. Now, if I just looked at this versus the actual Amazon listing, so I'm going to do, or the actual Amazon search results, so I'm going to kind of size this to put it next to each other. So I can see side by side what kind of stands out. So does, now that the pen is missing, does Mike's image stand out here on the side, or does this one still stand out, the one that's sideways?
This
Yeah.
one.
The one
Mhm.
below still stands out, right?
So what do you think Mike can do to make his better? Just shout some ideas out. That's exactly what I was going to say.
What was that?
Make it bigger like this one,
Yep.
but put it the other way. Like maybe put it up here like this so that...
Or even diagonally,
Diagonal?
yeah, like I was
Yeah.
thinking diagonally.
So
because
you-
usually the product just blown up, basically like zoomed in and taking up most of the space. For most products on Amazon, that actually stands out because most people are trying to add all that extra crap in there, right? Does anybody else put all these other little buttons and blurbs and splashes and all that stuff in your main image? I know a lot of people do.
Yeah.
Just confuses
Well,
the image.
before, because what used to happen was, again, zig when they zag, right? So everybody would have an image like this, and then everybody's like, okay, well, I better, like, stand out. So they'll start to put in, like, blowouts or blow-ups. And so then everybody's doing that. So then, like, here, here, here. But what all you're doing is you're squishing the product. So by just not doing any of that stuff, just turning it around, showing exactly what it is, it's really going to stand out.
So would you say I could probably get rid of the banner on the top?
Yeah, all of it, apart from the product.
Just that little red banner?
Yeah.
Oh, the little, I got the little adapter I show next to it.
Yeah, I think
You
all of
just get
that
rid
but
of
the product, and then if you can, now I know this product isn't live yet, so like you see how you've got white on gray, so gray product, white lettering, you might even be able to change the lettering to stand out, so like make it red lettering or something like that, and it might actually pop because it would be the color, all the color that you need on this one.
No, I personally find the graphs behind it to be confusing. The red line, personally, I find that confusing.
Yeah. It's supposed to be showing that it's recording voice, but yeah, it doesn't really help
It's
on
like
this.
the digital wave.
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
What did you say here? What did you want to convey?
It says slim 8 gigabyte USB voice recorder 2019 model.
Right.
Probably not
So
good.
is that any different to any of the other ones that are on here?
No.
And here's the best part. Like, we're doing this on a projecting screen, and I've just shrunk it to match the same size as the rest. You can't even read what it says, right? So think about somebody who's looking at this on mobile and just scrolling. You think they're going to stop to read that?
No.
No.
So if you wanted to communicate, say 8 gigs, right? Because that's the bandwidth.
Right.
You could even put that on here.
Yeah.
8
I think
gigs.
on your product you could put like 8 gigabyte digital voice recorder as like what is actually on there with your brand name or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then the product's standing out. You're telling them exactly what the thing's doing.
If I turn it to the right diagonally, I could flip my logo around and put it on the top. instead
Don't
of
even worry about the
bottom.
logo. If you want to communicate that it's 8 gigs, I'd just put that on the thing. Don't worry about your logo.
Right. Okay. But you'd want it to be, right side up instead of upside down. But I'll just remove it.
What do you mean by that?
The logo, because if I turn it to the right diagonal,
Yeah.
then my logo would be upside down.
No, it won't. You just change it around.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I just move it.
Just move it.
Yeah. Just move it.
But I would, if you really want to communicate that it's 8 gigs, I would just put that on the actual thing, on the USB. So you
Right.
see where this logo is here?
Uh-huh.
You just put 8 gigs in like a color that would stand out. And then don't worry about your brand name. They'll kind of find that later.
Right.
But that, I think, and then have it, you see the USB bit, have that at the top there, so it's pointing towards the listing,
Right.
and it will really pop.
So I'm just going to use another example. So this was a product that I created the main image for about 5 years ago, and this product usually does over $100,000 a month. So what on this page stands out to you? Which one? What color is it?
Blue.
Purple and orange? That one? That one. Okay.
No.
You're talking about the orange one?
Yeah.
Okay. So this one actually is a separate. I had to put in the actual brand name because I think this product's not live right now. But this product right here doesn't come with a box. So everybody that has no box, so you see how all the other ones look like vitamin B12 drops, and you can't really see. Like if you were looking at this on mobile, it would. Everybody didn't even put B12 in big bold letters before. It would always be like that red one, the red and black one, where it's hard to see. So the second one next to it. So we did B12 in big bold letters, purple and orange colors, because it stood out from everybody else. And now there's been people like that for women one. That's actually another one we designed. And then that one, that shots, that big orange one, that was never there before, so that's a new competitor. And I just looked it up on the actual B12 main keyword, and there's other people that are pretty much copying this exact same
Yeah.
box design now.
So Feno, we were talking about you being able to stand out. You could create a box like that and just make it really bold and make it stand out. You could even just have like get rid of acne on the box, even though that it's not going to come in that box.
Yeah, and
So
that
the
product
box is not real.
Box is not real. That was the one where they said, was this supposed to come with a box? And I said, I don't think Amazon shipped it with a box this time. Yeah. But
Yeah.
it does $100,000 a month, that product.
So, did anybody learn anything in that section? No one. Yeah, Mike did. Yeah? Cool. Okay. So, what we're going to do now, just a quick 5 minutes, is critique your neighbor. So, quick 10 minutes. So, essentially, whoever you sat next to, just get up your main product, have a look at your main images, and just give some feedback on how they could make it look better. But make sure you look at it in context of the category, not just looking at the main image. Is cool? Yep. Let's get cracking.
Is this your current main image? looking at the products here, you see how everything's pretty much white and gray and there's very little color? And the one that stands out is pretty much this one or maybe this one. This one almost stands out, but it's so dull of a yellow that you can't really see it. So what does that tell you about what you might want to do? Now, I'm not saying you change the color of your product, but what you might want to do with your product image to stand out. So now do something with color, right? Because right now you have white and then two little white kids. Which is, yeah. Well, I think that you can do even better than that. I think you could probably, well, I mean, there's lots of different things you can do. You could put some color in like you could change the color of the children. You could change the color of, now this is a terrible example, but you could put them in clown makeup. Now I'm not saying you would do that, but you see how like that coloring would pop off. So you have to find a way to make it stand out. Now, if you do have a box, you could do the hooded towel and then just the product next to a box, and that could stand out because nobody else is really doing that, right? It's always got almost a baby in it, except for this guy and that guy, and the other ones are just white. You can't even see them. Scroll down a little bit more. Let's see if anybody's actually got a box that's just like the box in it, like this kind of, right? Yeah. So that might be an example. Now you would actually probably maybe fold the hooded towel and then make the box bigger, so that way we take up more of the color. So do you have an actual box or no? I don't. How's everybody going with their main image critiquing? Everybody get some ideas there? Anybody get what they feel is a great new design for their main image? Janaea? You want to share what you thought about doing?
So, thank you. And so essentially, all of the products.
Hey, guys.
So all of the other competitors just had white background. Pretty much everything looked the same. So really just taking the idea that was gone over just now and having like a box in the background with my product name and then my main image being on my product so it stands out more.
Awesome.
Just having some color in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, would stand out.
Cool.
Yeah, so everything was white and gray, so we're thinking about doing teal and pink to like pop off the page.
Yeah.
So like packaging that looks like that.
We were talking about a similar thing, actually, weren't we? So you've got a tea strainer? Steeper, that's it. So everybody else in the category has a hook that, so basically it just steeps into the tea, right? So you put the tea in it, pops it in the cup, and it just stays there. Whereas your USP is the fact that you can actually stir it. Yeah. So we thought about taking a similar image, you know, like what I did with the foam roller, having the box there, showing the product on top of the box, but making the box pink or something like that to pop out, and then put the main benefit on the actual box.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So let's move on to ads. Now, Isaac will be coming on in terms of, you know, how do you structure your campaigns and all that other good stuff. So don't worry about that right now. This is essentially what you should do to drive more traffic using Amazon sponsored ads. So remember, your ads are like a billboard, right? So if you think about in the real world, we've got billboards, you're driving along, you see lots of different billboards, and it's giving you messages along the way. That's essentially what your Amazon sponsored ads are, your placements. And your keywords are the road to get to those billboards, right? So if you're not getting as much sessions as what you would like, you've got great conversion on your listings, you've already changed your main image, and you want to boost further, which is, of course, that's what we want to do. We want to layer these tactics on top of each other, right? So usually what's happened is, and this is what we're talking to Tony about, is that you aren't bidding enough, right? You're not getting on top of that page one spot because you're not bidding enough in terms of budget or cost per click. So if you're not getting the sessions that you want, the objective is to get more sessions, right? We're not looking right now to be wholly profitable on our Amazon sponsored ads, right? We want to get visibility on our main keywords. So the number one thing that we would suggest you do is you want to raise your bids. And what we do is we take the suggested bid, so the 75th percentile, so you need to bid higher than that. Basically what that means is the suggested bid is usually the 75th percentile of what everybody else is bidding. It's not the top bid. They're just saying to you, you know, this is kind of what everybody else is bidding, so just bid higher than that. So we like to go 50% higher than that suggested bid. You want to make sure that you're bidding on the top keywords in exact match, so the top converting ones that we go through in the training, and Isaac's going to take you through as well. The next thing is you want to check your page position. How many people actually check where their sponsored ad is? Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5. You want to check your placement. So what I mean by that is your main keyword, say it's office furniture, right? You go in, type that in. You look at the top page where all the sponsored ads are, and you want to see that your ad is actually on that position, right? Because not a lot of people do this. So be honest, do you actually do this with all your keywords? Yeah? Cool. And then what happens then if you're not on top page? What do you do? Nothing, right? So you want to bid higher. That's what you want to do. You want to get that top position. You want to check your daily budget. Some ads will not show or get impressions if you're not prepared to bid enough. If you've got a high volume keyword, if you're only bidding $3 a day, it's not going to get that position. No matter how much your cost per click is, you're not going to get that position. Yep.
So do you mean if my product is not on top, that means I'm not bidding enough, or?
Yeah, it's one or two things. Usually it could be that you're not prepared to pay for that cost per click, and or you're not bidding enough in terms of your daily budget.
Or perhaps your product doesn't convert on ads, so Amazon doesn't show you over somebody else. So they want to make as much money as possible too, right? So they want the thing that's going to make them the most money kind of at the top. So they're going to put those there. Now, if you're position 1, page 1 on keyword ranking already, on your organic keyword ranking for your main keyword, it's not that imperative that you need the ad spot, but you do want to bid there so that way you can do some brand defense from other people jumping you. Yeah, Mike?
Yeah, I see, a lot of ads that they'll be sponsored, and then their organic listing is right next to it.
Mhm.
Is that, they're just that's like maintenance mode for them, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
So me and Mike were chatting yesterday. In some cases, we're prepared to pay more for one keyword. Doesn't matter if we're not profitable on that keyword, because what we know is that if we don't bid on that keyword, we're going to start to drop ranking, right? Because it's that thing that's also keeping us there. It's like a double whammy effect. You've got your organic ranking, people are going to buy through that one keyword, but you want to defend against anyone else getting more sales than you. So there might be times where you've got certain keywords that you're prepared to do that, and there'll be other keywords that you're like, yeah, I'm not bothered. The organic ranking's going to stick. It's all going to be good.
You're not talking about banner ads at the top, right?
No, just the positions. I've tried headline ads. I haven't felt that they've worked very well. I don't know about you, Mike.
I haven't cracked the formula on headline ads, so we still run them sometimes, like a small budget, just to kind of like keep them going. But I haven't found a way to scale them yet.
Yeah.
Just want to confirm the placement for exact match should be on top, right?
Yeah.
So you bid higher on the top placement.
Yes.
For the exact match.
Yes. Also, when you're checking the position, you want to check desktop and your mobile position as well, because there's only 2 ads that show up on mobile at the top. So double check your desktop position, but then also check mobile. Make sure that your position there, especially when you're launching. Yeah.
So I've seen a lot of ads that they have the whole top of the category. Like when you're in there, they have this big, I don't even know what that is. Oh, that's
It's
a
a headline
headline
ad.
ad?
Yeah.
Is that like an enhanced brand or something?
No, you can do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if you click on it, it usually goes to like an enhanced brand page or something like
Yeah.
that.
That's where they send you to afterwards. But we're just talking here. We're not going into product targeting or anything right now. But that's all in the training. We're just talking about getting a great position. So the reason I'm talking about this here, I'm not going into a whole thing about sponsored ads, is that if I'm looking at my products, I'm checking my metrics, my sessions are low, right? And I'm like, okay, I used to get great sessions on this. What's going on? I'm not getting the sessions that I used to get. What's the quick things that I can do to boost me on those sessions? The 3 things I do is I look at price, I look at my main image, and then I look at sponsored ads. And I go, okay, quickly, what can I do? Usually a combo of all 3 is amazing. If your price is already good, the combo of the main image plus the sponsored ads is good. If your main image is good, usually price and sponsored ads, right? So what I'm doing is I've probably over time optimized my campaigns so much that someone else has taken my competitive position on ads. That's probably what's happened.
Yeah. Because
So
you don't
I-
want to keep spending it for no reason until somebody kind of makes you spend it, right?
Yeah. So I'm like, what's a quick fix? What can I do right now to boost that? So I'm like, okay, cool. I'll drop my price for a bit and I'll boost my ads. And that's what we're talking about here. In terms of structuring campaigns and all that stuff, Isaac's going to go through that. And there's a massive module 5.
All of
in-
Module
in-
5 will
in
help
detail.
you through all the rest of this stuff, yeah.
So, but that's what I'm thinking about. I'm like, I want the most volume at the best position at the best price. That's going to quickly boost my sessions, get me back organically where I want to be, and then I can optimize again. That make sense? So, quick take action. Just check your ad position right now. So, go on, put your main keyword in, and see where you're positioned on desktop and mobile.
Yep. So real quick, who here wants to get more sessions? Do you guys, if you need more than, you're trying to get to 100 sessions per day? Yeah, so if you're not showing, then that's probably one of the reasons.
What's the difference between page view, buybacks percentage, and sessions?
Okay. So Israel was asking, what's the difference between page views, sessions, and buy box percentage? So page views is just where people are seeing you on the main page, right?
Yeah, so this is nothing to do with sponsored ads. This is just overall your product page, right? So page views is when people click. Sessions is the unique people that click. So page views, if they come back twice or 3 times, it'll count all the times that they've looked at it. Sessions is unique people in a 24-hour period. So each person only counts once.
Yeah.
And then buy box percentage is how much percentage of the time do you have your own buy box. So if you have another seller on your listing, that'll go below 100%. Or if you're going from another country and checking your own listing, or if you have a VA doing that, it can drop below 100 because they're not actually looking at it because they can't buy it from that country. So then it will say that there's no buy box. So that's buy box. If you're the only seller on it, you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. So the key one that we look at for traffic is sessions. So that's all you need to worry about. So remember when we said below 50 is probably not that great, so you can do better. Like yours right now is average 15 maybe. So yeah, you can definitely get more traffic, right? And then the unit session percentage is your conversion rate. So your conversion rate's looking good, but then you don't have much sessions. So it's probably skewing the result a little bit. But for me, if I'm looking at this data, I'm like, I need more traffic right now.
You get better keyword ranking, price perhaps, main image, or ads.
Yeah. So did everybody check their ad position on their top product? Yeah. Are you on top? Nowhere?
Nowhere.
This is the guy that said he checks his ad position all the time?
Yes, I changed my bids. I raised it up, and now I'm on position 1 on my main keyword.
Nice.
Good work.
So one thing that Israel has is an issue with the price he sells is quite low priced. So he can't do too much with ads, unfortunately. I mean, it's like a $7 product, so.
Right, so, yeah.
But he's got limited ability to do that, but at least you can get that and try to get your sessions up.
What I would do with that is, if you're in that position, so what we're saying, Israel's got a very low price product. You remember yesterday we talked about you need a high cash margin. We believe you need a higher cash margin these days to be successful using these methods, right? So, and generally, right, because you need cash to be able to advertise. That's this business. Now, if you don't have that and you're in that position, use that product to learn how these things work, right? So, yeah, you're not looking right now to make $1 million off this thing. What you're looking for is the learning at a lower cost to be able to know for your next product, great, I've got the cash margin, I know these methods work, and I know how to do it. Make sense?
Well, I only increased $2 on my daily budget, and I increased the main keyword bids a little bit more than the suggested.
Nice.
Yeah.
The average daily budget, it really depends on how many sales you want to get. So I'll go through that in a minute.
Yeah,
Yep.
and we do have that in the training as well.
Yeah, yesterday you gave me a great advice I'd like to share, and then you guys can comment. But when you have a limited budget, because you take a percentage of your estimated sales as the total budget, as you guys taught us, then your budget may be not that high. So you go after one main keyword, as opposed to go after 4 or 5 main keywords where your budget is spread too thin across different. So I think sounds like I haven't tried yet, but it sounds like a great suggestion, because then I just have to go after one keyword and put all my money into that.
Yeah. I'm going to go through a bit of an equation on how you can do that. Cool. Did you have a question, Tony? Okay. Cool. So, yeah, so did anybody find that they weren't top, apart from Germano, that they weren't top? Right. Probably everyone, right?
They don't want to admit it.
They don't want to admit it, but, you know, just, there's no shame in it. Just, you make sure that you are if you want to increase your sessions. That's the point, right? Oh, what's that one? Oh, yeah. What does good look like? So when you know how to move on, right? So how many people have been eking out sales out and thinking, right, I just want to get an extra one more sale, want to get an extra, you know, two sales a day, right? What does good look like? When should you move on? So, number 1, you're at your sales goal. Now, if you said to yourself, I want to get 20 units a day out of this thing, and you're at 18, it's good enough, right? You know, conversion is close to 20%, and your sessions is close to 100 and above. That's when you know it's time to move on. Stop worrying about it and just keep checking your metrics every day, and then launch another product, right? What we don't want you to do is sit on a product for a year not growing your business. okay? And if it's not doing these things, and you've tried all those methods, and you've done it 1 or 2 times, it's probably not going to work. So you need to move on again, right? This is the biggest thing that we see with people is just getting stuck on one thing, worrying about it, and then failing, rather than thinking, well, what's a better way that I can use my time, my money, and my investment? So launch and relaunch. Now, obviously, you guys have got a massive training in this in AA. Yeah.
How long can it take you, if you have a bad sessions and you want to increase it, how long, in terms of days?
It could take your entire life. No, but depending on what you actually do, so that you got stuff like what we just talked about, the quick fixes, right? Those are more immediate things. You could probably see things within a week and have increase in sessions. Now, launch and relaunch can take 5 to 8 weeks to actually get that to happen.
Yeah.
Sometimes 6 months if you're trying to get to top of page 1. But it really depends on how competitive your category is, too.
Yeah, usually, just doing those key things that we just talked about, I'm expecting results, not maybe, say I'm at 18 sessions a day, I want to get to 100. I might not get to 100 in a week, but I want to see some movement. I want to see that these things are starting to move me forward in a week, right? And then great, I'm getting some movement, then I'm going to invest more money. That's the way I see it. 1 week, and then you go into probably a couple of months, right?
So make that your all-time goal. So think, okay, if I need 100 sessions and I'm at 18, I got to kind of scale up towards that, right? You can't just say I'm going to blast my budget right now and somehow I'm going to magically get to 100. You have to scale up, and that's what she's talking about. Each week, do something new to test it out.
Yeah. So, in Amazing Accelerators, you've got very detailed information and training on launching and relaunching. So I just wanted to touch on this because I know quite a few people have had some questions around it yesterday. So again, the traffic goal is getting to page 1 for your main keywords. You want to maintain your ranking and achieve daily sales targets at the desired price. That's what we want for all of our products. And remember, until you've reached that, you're still launching. You're still in launch mode, right? So in order to achieve that, you want to have a long-term strategy with a short-term high investment to catapult sales. And this is where people really freak out, right? So how many people have launched a product, looked at their ACOS in a week and gone, and then turned everything off?
Or even a day.
Or a day. Come on,
oh my
Greg,
God,
I
it's
can see you.
150% ACOS. I've spent $5. I'm going to shut this down.
Right? So we want you to stop thinking about ACOS in this phase, right? Because ACOS equals advertising cost of sale on that one keyword for that one product, right? It's not in the context of your overall business. Your overall business will be making money. So it's not, that budget isn't just around your whole business, it's just that one product at that one time. So stop thinking about that. You've got to get focused on this goal, right? Then you start to optimize, and that's when you become profitable.
And as mentioned in the training, your ACOS does not wipe out your profitability for a product.
No.
It's not the same.
It's a bit like BSR. We all know what BSR is, right? Yeah? Do we care about it? No, right?
A lot of people do.
Well, they still do, but it's a metric that doesn't really mean it. It's kind
just
of
a reflection.
It's a reflection of what's going on in the category. All you care about is, am I at page 1 for my main keywords, and am I hitting my sales goal? That's literally all you need to know. Don't worry about the BSR, right? Yep.
Once I'm on the page 1, then I don't have to worry about the position, or I should rank for the first position or closing.
So first position you want to aim for is in that top 15 on page 1, because that's where most of the eyeballs are going to be, right? And then over time, you can go up the page, but really once I get to that position and I'm near enough the sales target that I set, and now I'm making profit, then I'm like, cool, I can move on.
Yeah, if you get to like 3 and you're making your sales goal, launch another product.
Yeah.
But yeah, you remember the boxing analogy? You got to beat up all the people to get there. You can't just jump to the championship in the first week, right?
Yeah. So the thing is, I think that sometimes we feel that I've done all this work, I've picked the product, I've lovingly picked this product, I've nurtured it, I've put it on Amazon, I've done all my keyword research and all this other stuff. Job done, right? Happy days. Why am I not selling anything? Because you do have to invest money to be able to launch the product, right? And it is getting more expensive generally. So we just have to know this as sellers. It's not a case of I've picked a product, I've invested in the product and hope it sells. You have to get into the mindset, I have to invest to be successful.
For the manual keywords, you talk about not to worry about the ACOS.
Mhm.
What about the automatic campaigns? Because it's not for a specific keyword, it's for a
Yeah, so we'll
placement.
go through the training. That'll be much more clear. But the idea here is, what is your objective? We're talking about how to get more traffic right now, right? So your objective is to get more traffic. ACoS doesn't actually matter in that. ACoS doesn't matter pretty much in anything in your business, to be honest with you. It's really to kind of give you a quick snapshot of, is this making more sales than spend? That's all it's telling you. But that doesn't mean anything. So like if you only spent $5 in a month and you didn't get any sales, you've only lost $5, right? So it doesn't really mean anything, right? So think about it in terms of your context of your whole business. If you spent $100 on this campaign and you got $100 in sales, but you kept your ranking high, is worth that $100, right? So ACoS doesn't matter at all in that scenario because you've only spent $100 to get there, and it's not killing your business.
Yeah.
So if the profitability of your product, so you said, you know, I've sold $3,000 in sales this month, and I've got say $1,200 in profit, and that was only $100, you're still profitable by $1,100, right? So don't think that ACoS, which might have been 100%, is killing your business, because it's not.
How many people have spent money on subscription tools for their business? Yeah? How many people have spent more than, say, $200, $300 a month on that stuff? Yeah? Right? So, and you probably have. How many people are still spending that and don't use it? Right.
Put that money towards ads.
Put that into your ad spend. Because for some reason, as Amazon sellers humans, we're prepared to spend money on things that doesn't give us a return because there's no data to tell you that it's not giving you a return. So what you're doing is you're looking at your ACoS, thinking that's real data, thinking that's data that you're going to use, but misattributing that data. That's exactly what's happening, right? So it's always better to just know what your budget is. At the end of the day, you control how much you spend. Fact, right?
Yeah.
You control that. You control your cost per click. You control your daily budget. That's how you know how much money you're going to spend, not your ACoS. Yeah.
So I'm just going back to the the new product spreadsheet that I was using that you had. Why didn't you put the PPC budget in there to add in?
Talking about the product cash analyzer?
Because the PPC budget is what you want that budget to be. So one thing that we are actually going to work on is looking at cost per clicks and things like that to be able to work it out. But if we put all that in that sheet, you would never launch a product, right? Because what you're doing is you're basically trying to arbitrarily go, oh my God, this is going to be too expensive, therefore I'm not going to do it. You need to understand it a lot more to be able to do that. That's why we say you want to focus on the cash margin, right? Because then you know you've got enough money within that to be. We don't want you spending $10 a click, right, on all your sales. That doesn't make any sense. So just focus on the cash margin, and then the other stuff will come after that.
And the average cost per click around Amazon is about $1.
Yeah.
$1 to $1.50. So if you think I've got $4 of cash margin, average, I'll say high, $1.50. So I've got $2.50 cash profit after ads. And then that profitability still might be 22% of your product or something like that.
But your barometer check from the PCA, the Product Cash Analyzer, is the number of competitors selling over 1,000 units. So if you have more than 3, you're going to have probably high PPC costs.
Yeah,
so that's your flag, not necessarily a PPC bid. So the
and if
more
that launch
you
cost thing on like the way far right is red, that usually means that, well, you can go ahead and double that for ads, and then that's pretty much like you're going to be your actual cost of launch. That's just a rough estimate, but you could use that, maybe even triple that if you wanted.
Yeah.
I've got one more question over here.
Actually, a comment. I went through the PPC, and let me give you a little backstory. Last year, we were selling the same products, essentially, and we overspent on PPC, and it ate our margin up in December. And we could clearly see that, and we wanted to, so that was something we definitely didn't want to do this year. And so I went through your training, Isaac. I applied what you taught us in that module, step by step.
And your product failed.
No, it's in fact, one of our other products leapfrogged, I noticed this morning, in profitability than our other one, which was used to be more profitable. But basically, I've been focusing on the main keywords and not the long tail. And I've decreased bids just a few dollars every week and really pared down the overall budget for each one of those products. And we're just watching our little chart go up for margin. So that does work. So
I want 10% of that, by the way.
I don't share. But I'll give you kudos.
Yeah,
cool.
nice.
Very good.
Because So I should have drawn a graph, right? So here's what happens is your investment, you launch a product. Your investment is up here. Your sales are down here. True? Right?
High investment on
High
launch,
investment.
low sales.
Low sales. Over time, you've got this high investment. That starts to come down. Your sales organically start to come up. And that's the sweet spot, that right there, right? Your sales start to go up. Your investment is kind of here. And then the ratio is completely different. That is what you're trying to aim for. But the problem is that people just focus on this part and turn everything off. And then you wonder why you're not getting any sales. So this is a mindset that you have to get into, right? I believe you have to invest at least 3 months into a launch, especially if you're in a competitive category. That's why in the training you've got that whole spreadsheet, that launch cost planner, so you can see how much it's going to cost you over time. It takes into account your PPC or your whatever sales you're investing in, and your organic sales. And it's at that point where you start to make profit, when they collide, right? Make sense? So don't get focused on this part. Just remember you have to invest to be able to grow. Yeah.
I did what he said. I ignored ACOS.
Yeah.
And looked at our overall budget for the product and whether or not we were profitable on those individual products after the ad spend.
Yeah.
That was a mindset change that worked.
Yeah. Great. So that's right, guys. You need to look at it in the total context of your total business. It's not just that one thing. Like you have the analogy, right, of the pointillism painting.
Yeah.
We had an argument about that, but anyway. Where, you've got like I call it impressionism. Anyway, whatever. So, you've heard of Monet, right? Claude Monet, the artist. Usually has lots of, either strokes or dots in the painting. If you went right up to the painting, that's all you could see. If you actually stand back from that painting, you can see the whole picture. That's what PPC is. It's just a few dots in the whole business.
I wonder if that's where that phrase came from. Like, see the whole picture.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah. So just get into that mindset. Or, number one, so do like what Angela did. She didn't question everything. She just went out and did it and then got the result, right? So back to launching. So develop a launch strategy. This is what you want to do. This is why you want to see the whole picture. Step one is planning out the launch. How are you going to do it? How much money are you going to spend? Step two is actually doing it and reviewing as you go. Step three is, great, I've launched. I'm on page one. I need to sustain that. I need to sustain those sales. It's not, I'm on page one, stop investing, see you later. You still need to keep investing. And then step four is optimizing for profit. The goal, again, page one ranking, hitting your daily sales goals, selling at full price. That's your goal. So just quickly, in terms of the guidelines, again, you guys have got all this in the training. But week one, we like to give this thing a boost, right, in some way, shape, or form. We want to drive some sales to this thing. That's why we call it defibrillation. Our strategy is either we want to give away some product or we have a no-brainer offer. A giveaway could be using things like a launch service, and I know there's lots of debate around how these are working at the moment. We would suggest if you've got a new account and new brand, new products, it's probably not a great idea to use a launch service, and we'll come on and say I will use PPC. And more now we're testing using a one-word PPC campaign to catapult your sales, and actually you end up in more profit by doing that. So obviously you've got your customer list, ManyChat, influencers if you want to use those, social media. But our main two go-tos are probably launch service and PPC. And more we're thinking, how do we catapult sales right in those early few weeks with PPC? In terms of what we're trying to aim for, we're using how many, in that top 15 on page one, what's the average daily sales that those guys are getting, right? So if we add up the top 15, take out all the sponsored ads, what is the daily sales, the average daily sales that they're going for, and times that by 2 in this early phase? We want to aim, so say for instance, you do all that work, it comes out at 20 units a day, we want to aim for about 40 units a day to catapult in this session here. And right now we're not expecting any organic sales, right? So in terms of that investment, it's all investment. You're not getting any organic sales coming through. And then in weeks 2 and 4, we want to go to what we call the price drop and high visibility on Amazon sponsored ads, okay? So what this is a trial price on Amazon. So you want to sell for $20? A great trial price is going to be like $10, right? Who has a problem doing that? Who feels that, oh my God, I've kind of like invested in this thing, I don't want to sell it for $10?
I don't want to sell it for break even, not
Yeah.
even for a day.
Yeah. Because the thing is, you go into any supermarket, you go into any kind of real world retail, do you ever see any, hey, new, try this now, trial price? Do you see that?
Yeah.
50%
Everywhere?
off.
Yeah.
And displays,
50%.
coupons in the mail, all that stuff.
All that other stuff.
Yep.
Big brands do that, right? These guys have got multi-million dollars to spend on advertising. So they will spend $20 million on a media campaign and do a 50% off price. So if they can do it, you guys can do it, right? You're just trying to mimic that. You're not attractive right now, remember. You've hardly got any reviews. There's no other social proof to enable them to actually buy you. You're like, oh, brilliant, I'm going to try that at $9.99. So that's what we do in here, and we want to be highly visible through sponsored ads on our main keywords. Then what we want to do, we're gradually building up to the desired sales. Again, in this phase, we're looking at 100% is going to come from PPC, no organic sales. Weeks 4 and 7, you're going to start to go up the rankings. You're going to start to get some organic sales because you're going up the rankings, getting more attractive, you're getting more reviews coming in. We're still using PPC as a visible tool. And what we slowly want to do is to start to optimize those, right? So we can lower the bids down and we can slowly raise the price. And in this phase, we're increasing those top converting keywords. We're getting data back from our ads. We know which ads are converting the best. And we're going to pop them in this campaign here and spend more on that campaign. In this phase, we're going to expect between 20 and 50% sales are going to come through from organic sales. So that's that kind of sweet spot I'm talking about. Investment starts to come down. Organic sales start to go up. That's when we start to make more money, more profit. And then 6+, and for some people, this might be 8 weeks. It could be 10 weeks, right? This is just a guideline. This is just a strategy about what you're trying to achieve. You want to start to, you're reaching your sales target, you're maintaining your price, so you start slowly, gradually moving that price up, optimizing your ads, and you can expect between 60 to 90% organic sales. I mean, generally, you're probably going to get 20% of your sales from PPC.
Yeah. So I just want you guys to see that if you are not paying attention to this, this is the launch strategy that generates $1 million businesses on Amazon. You do this, you will have a successful product almost all the time.
Yeah. Because what we tend to do is I think most people do this bit and not very well and then do nothing.
Yeah. Week 1 and 2 is what people try, right? Oh, let's go to our friends and family, social media, maybe a small customer list that we had for another product. Don't do launch service, don't do PPC, and then stop doing anything. And then where are you? You're at page 5, right? Getting no sales, sitting there and going, what do I do? All of this. That's what you do.
And it's a methodology. It's not, oh, I'm going to arbitrarily just put my price up this day and then 2 days later I'm going to raise it again. You want to give it enough time to get the momentum through, right?
Yep.
And if you're not achieving anything, if it's not moving, then you know it's not ready yet. It's not cooked, right? You haven't got enough reviews coming through. Because people are always saying, well, how do I get reviews? It's like, well, you need to sell some stuff to get reviews,
Yep.
right? That's how you need to get reviews.
Yep. And like I said yesterday, so if you're scared to get into a fight, don't get into a fight. Don't do this business because that's what you need to do to make yourself successful in this business. Get into a fight. Actually do this stuff.
Yeah.
Go to be a champion, not the guy that everybody beats up on to get past so that they can get their sales.
So with the launch cost plan, I'm not going to go through that today. You've got full training on that. You can see that when you do that first phase, how much money it's going to cost you. Now, generally, it's going to be in product, right? Because what you're doing is you're giving it away. But it's calculating your FBA fees, it's calculating your product cost. Now, it's kind of a sunk cost because you've already paid for the product, right? The only other cost around it is going to be your FBA fees. But one thing that we've been looking into is, because it's getting more and more competitive, as we know, is, well, if I took that budget that I'm going to give away for a week, give away all my products, what if I just took that kind of budget and put it against a PPC launch? And, you know, we've had some guys that we work with who work on PPC. They're doing this with a lot of their clients, and it's working really, really well. So basically what it is, and this is what I spoke to you about yesterday, Germano, was a one keyword campaign. So that's basically taking your main keyword, putting it into one campaign, and putting it all on black, right? That's what we're saying. We're going for this keyword. And what we want to do is bid 50% above the suggested bid, right, to get you to that #1 spot. Now, the key on this is not just the cost per click, it's the budget that you're prepared to put behind it. So this is what you're telling Amazon, I want this. I want this keyword, right? So if your goal, this is just an example, this is the equation that you're going to use. If your goal is 20 sales a day on page 1, you look at the suggested bid, you want to bid above that. So in this example, I've got $2. That's what I'm going to bid for that position. A typical conversion rate on ads is around 10%. Okay, so what that means is that people are going to click on my ad and only 10% of those people are going to buy, right? So therefore, my budget per day, if I'm working this out, and I'm going to tell Amazon this is what I'm prepared to do because I want to get those 20 sales, is I need 200 sessions, 200 clicks to convert to 20 sales a day. That makes sense? Yeah? So if a click is $2, $2 times 200 sessions is $400 per day. Budget. Right? Is everybody freaking out right now? Yeah. But how much would you spend on a giveaway in terms of your product? $2,000, $3,000, probably, right? So you're taking that budget and you're saying to Amazon, I'm prepared to spend that. Now, probably you're not going to spend that much. That's what we found through testing is you're not actually going to spend that much, but you're prepared to spend that much. That's what you're telling Amazon that you're prepared to do. Make sense? Yep.
Oh, there's questions about this. Weird.
Here you go. There's no placement here, right? So when you have $2 on the bid, but if you want to be on page 1, you do 100% on the placement, then it becomes 1, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying is to get that number 1 placement, I've already built that into my cost.
50% above the suggested to get to main page 1.
Yeah, to be on page 1. So if I look at the suggested, so my main keyword is jump rope. My suggested bid might be $1.50. I'm bidding 50% higher than that.
No, I get that, but to also have the placement, the like boost 100% the placement.
Oh no, you don't have to do the placement. You can just use the bid as that because you're only you're doing this with like an exact match campaign anyway. So it's going to show up more likely at top of search. If you wanted only top of search, you could lower the bid and then increase the placement. But you also want to show up where the other product pages and stuff are because you get way more impressions there. The click-through rate and the conversion rate may be lower, but you would be ignoring all those other places on Amazon if you did that. Not right away. Not if you're going to launch like this because you want to also be seen other places. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the strategy that I use. I never had launch campaigns, and I use this strategy, and I go and put my budget like $1,000 a day, and I never spend that, never.
Yeah.
But I go gradually, and the same day I keep increasing the bidding until I get to the first page.
Yeah, and did
I
it work?
always get there.
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah, it works.
There you go.
It really works with non-competitive products quite fast, actually. So, like, if it's like, I don't know, like my product, an ice scraper, I use just a small, like, giveaway, like 50 or 80, something like that, and then just use PPC, and I got there in like 2 weeks.
It's like my vibrating roller. It's a high price point. I didn't want to give that product away, so I literally just did this. I literally spent probably only $20 a day.
Yeah.
But I was prepared to get that, and I was on page 1 within like a week.
And everybody else was not prepared because they thought, oh, I don't want to give that product for too cheap or like spend too much on ads.
Yeah.
Like, you get $40 a product. Why are you worried about $20 a day on ads?
Yeah.
So, yeah, my question is, you got this exact match campaign for your main keyword, and I heard some people talk about, well, I want to talk about placement. What does that mean?
So inside of the campaigns, you can actually adjust where you want the placement to be. This is in the training. I don't want to go too in deep because it's just going to confuse everybody. But essentially, Amazon now shows you the stats for where you're being placed. So top of search, page 1 search, product pages, and rest of search. So like page 2, 3, 4, 5. And it'll actually break it down where you actually are showing up. And what Alessandro was saying is crank up the first place bid so like 200% or something, so you show there instead of the rest of the other stuff. On launch, you don't want to do that because you'd be neglecting where all the traffic goes, because there's more traffic on the product pages than the actual search because they get there. You look at the stats, it's like 1 million product pages impressions to like 5,000 for top of search. So you get way more on the product.
This is more to get you in the groove of going, okay, if I'm going to launch this way with, and again, this is only going to be 1 or 2 weeks, guys. It's not going to be like, forever. But basically, this is what you have to think about now in terms of budgets. This is what you're prepared to spend. We're not saying you're going to spend that, but you have to be, in terms of a budget, that's what you need to be prepared to spend. Now, you're not giving the product away, right? You're just doing a hot price. So you might be at a break-even price, for instance, but that's the investment that you're going to do for like 7 days, 7 to 10 days to see you push up the rankings.
Yeah, okay. When you say that, do you mean push up the ranking organic?
Yes.
Right? So when
That's
you
the
say
reason why
1
we're
week
doing
in
it.
2 weeks you get there, it means organic, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly right. Then you optimize this back because you're on page 1.
Yeah,
you need to spend
when
as
you are
much.
there organic, then you start having the return of your investment.
Exactly right.
So in 1-2 weeks, you might already have a return on your investment.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
But the goal is like obviously to get to page 1, top of page 1, kind of in that maybe top 10, 15, maybe top 8. Once you get there, you're starting to make money organically, so you're not spending so much on ads. Your investment comes back a lot faster if you can get there quicker.
I mean, if I could rank your product for you in a week, how much would you pay me?
$20 a day.
Seriously? Get out.
I always look at it like this. If you were able to, right, let's say you've got a 20% conversion, and we were able to get you to top 5 placement for posture corrector. Do you know what type of sales revenue you'd be generating if you were in the top 5? A lot.
Right.
Okay? So that's what you've got to think about. If I can get to that position and I'll pay $5,000 to get there.
Yeah.
But once I'm there, I'm making $20,000 a month. Right? That's how you got to
You
think.
could be top 3, page 1, $30. Page 1, position 3, forever on that main keyword. You will have made hundreds of thousands of dollars, and all your investment was the product initially, and like $5,000 or $10,000 of actual marketing, and now you're just scooping up sales forever.
Yeah. Jason, maybe you can talk to the mindset around this.
He's like, what? I wasn't paying attention.
You know, when you answered the question $20, I know you were joking around, but like, were you? Yeah, like what would it be? Because you know, a lot of times, even when people look at advertising, you know, for example, I have to give products away, and so they think, oh, I'm losing money, but it's an investment in your long-term growth. So you know, whatever. For example, like with my Amazon business, I reinvest 100% everything back in it because I'm thinking just pure long-term. I don't look at it right now, and I know Mike, for example. Is he not? Okay. You know, he was a guy that for his first year he reinvested everything back in because he had a bigger goal. Oftentimes, it's so like, how many people are in here for just more money right now? Being honest. Yeah. More money, but right now, like, is your goal that I just need more money now, or are you trying to create something long term? Exactly. I mean, most of it, and if there's, everyone has their own reason. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's always understanding. Like, that's why, and I know it can get hokey sometimes, and you know, we talk about it, but it's really your why, and your why is guaranteed going to be long term. So everything that you should be doing should be for the long term. I don't know if that's answering kind of where you're going with that, but and I was hoping. I'm glad to hear you were joking, because I'm like, you know, I try to give a price to everything. I give a price for every activity. Like, for example, a 5-star review. I look at it like, how much, to me, those are worth $50. Easily worth $50. I'd pay $50 all day for those kind of things. So it's really understanding the math behind all those things and always looking at your long term. I guess that's the best answer I could give.
I'm going to build a 5-star review service, and Jason's going to be my only client.
But yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I would like to share a little story. When we started, we got in that situation where at some point the sales were going up, and we were risking to go out of stock. So we started decreasing the spending, and sales were still going up even more. And then we raised the price, and the sales keep going up. And then we switch off completely the marketing, and the sales keep going up. So, this is great, you know, this is easier than we thought. But then we ran out of stock,
Mhm.
and then troubles came.
Yeah.
So I think actually we experienced that, and it was really nice. But then the flip side is you cannot go out of stock.
Exactly. So in Amazing Accelerators, we've got a whole inventory management tool. We're not going to go over that today because it's in the training. But yeah, you need to be monitoring your inventory every week. That's part of our day. You know, we'll come on to weekly daily tasks. That's what we want to do is manage that position, because generally what happens is if you're not, you usually, especially you want to plan for success as well. That's why we say bring your first product in, but you want 3 months worth stock.
Yeah, not 500 units and just you like do a launch and they're all gone all of a sudden.
One other big lesson I learned, which was huge, and especially for those of you that knee-jerk react to ACOS, especially if you have variations, but it doesn't even have to be variations. So just using the one example of our one product that has variations, we kept struggling trying to get the ACOS down. And then remember Cherie Yvette with the Showdown. A couple of years ago, we started working with her. And what we found was that our one product was generating over 50% of the sales for the other products. So people were coming in on that product. And so our ACOS was ridiculous. It seemed like an unprofitable product, but as soon as we shut that down, all of our sales dropped. So it's like you've got just blindly looking at ACOS is a very short-term thing. You've got to be able to look at everything, because so many times it brings it in, which is another reason for powerful branding. Because it's not only like variations, it's also you want to make sure your products all relate. Because if you've got a baby product and an auto product, those ads aren't going to help each other. But if they're similar products, they definitely will.
Yeah, and variations with sponsored ads gets a bit confusing too. So if you're not really comfortable with sponsored ads, you probably don't want to build too many variations because it can be very confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one thing to think about just based on that is when you get your data back from your search term report, right, you obviously you know how many sales you're going to get from PPC. And you know how many sales you get generally, right? So say you get 10 sales a day from PPC, and you'll have to do the math for me in your head, right, Isaac? And then you get 70 sales a day generally, right? What percent comes from PPC?
I'm guessing that's like 15%,
Right,
or
15%.
12%, something like that.
So your ACOS is based on 15% of your sales. It's not based on the whole
100%,
sales, right? That's why you shouldn't bother looking at ACOS. It makes sense? Yeah. Now, at the beginning, it's going to be 100% because you're not getting any organic sales. But over time, generally, it's going to be 20% of your sales. So just think of it that way, and you want to use that as a way to keep that organic ranking. That is literally what you're doing. All good, guys?
I think it's about time for a break.
Break?
We're about 45 minutes past where we're supposed to be, so that's okay. But let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 15 after 11, so 15 after the hour, and get something to drink, get stretched, and use the restroom if you need to. you've only got
Right.
some of this other stuff blocked out.
Right.
But so you're only going yesterday, so the sales probably aren't even all coming through, but it's still looking pretty good. You might
Right,
actually
yeah.
even get more sales than that because the cookie takes 5 days
Yeah.
to kind of report all the sales.
And I have been getting, about 60% organic.
So only look at least 3 days back. Never look at yesterday. So that's kind of more like an accurate statement. So
Right,
you're
right.
looking at 50, 37.
See, like I got this on, but I never did anything on it, so I just shut it off.
Yeah. Well, you might not shut it off. Is it a relevant word?
It is, but
on brand analytics, have you seen what the top kind of keywords are for this?
I don't have brand analytics, so yeah. But this is the number one keyword right here. Right? And these two are the ones I guess I'm on after two.
Did you get these in here because you got it from the Eager Term Report?
Yeah, yeah. That's the only one I get sales on is these two, right? Okay. So I tried all these other ones, but I just shut them off because they're no good.
Well, if they're not getting any clicks, all right, everybody back from their break. Got their refreshments.
One thing I wanted to share real quick is talking about budget-minded. So I was in this CEO group called Vistage, and I quit after a while, and this was a big reason for it, is everyone in our group, our company is a very healthy 8-figure-a-year company. And the other companies we were dealing with, they were doing about $3 million a year max. And in our meetings, we talk, and it seemed like they really had like good managerial skills. But then one day the question came up, how much is your marketing budget? Every single one of them were under 5%. And it's like they're sitting there wondering why they can't grow as a company. I mean, on average, Matt, what are we, 15, 20%? Yeah, like you have to spend money to make money. If your budget, if you're trying to pinch and only doing like a 5% marketing budget, you're not going to scale. It's just going to be impossible. So that's one of the things, you just got to keep that in mind. Marketing is scary because it spends money, but it's what produces results. So I just wanted to share that because for me, you see a lot of successful people and they think like, why can't we grow? Why can't we grow? Well, because you're not spending enough on marketing. Now you have to do the right marketing. It's not just doing it, but you have to do it. I mean, the good thing to see is like, why does Coca-Cola always have banners out? Everyone knows Coca-Cola. You didn't think they'd need to advertise anymore. Well, if they're not, other people are going to start learning, are going to start promoting their own products, and all of a sudden Coca-Cola is going to go away. So with your product, it's not always about that direct benefit you see right away. There's so many other little areas that matter with it too. So just something to think of.
Yep. Oh, Coca-Cola's not healthy, yeah.
Yeah, of course. It tastes good, right?
Neither is heroin. No. All right, so let's talk about sponsored ads. So, as you guys have seen, sponsored ads could take all full 2 days to talk about. We took 45 extra minutes on the first session, just pretty much clarifying sponsored ads. So let's look at what we can actually work on today, because I know that you guys already have campaigns, most of you guys, and they're probably not set up the way that the training says. So you're probably like, well, what do I do? Do I go by the way that I used to do it, or should I go by the way that you do it? And I would just ask you right now, who here has more than 3 campaigns for any one of their products? I would say probably half the room. Yeah, half the room. And do you actually understand why you do? Do they all make sense to you? They all have a purpose. Yeah, I doubt that they do, but we'll get into that. So let's talk about the basic or the base ad campaigns you need. And this is from the training. So do you have an auto campaign set up for each product? Perfect. Do you know why? Get new potential keywords. Okay, we'll get into that in a second. So that's great. Do you have a manual campaign that has broad phrase and exact match in it called a research campaign, or something very similar to that? Yes? Excellent. Do you have a manual exact campaign for the keywords that get 2 or more orders, or what you would call the winning keywords? That's top converting campaign? Yes, great. Do you need much more than that? Not really. And you can, but you got to get these ones really good first, right?
When you say I have a fourth one, which is the
Product targeting ads.
target.
Yeah.
Yes.
So get good at these ones, and you can do something like that. But let's all agree that essentially you need these three first, right? So auto campaign, the reason why you need it is to get you keywords that you may have never thought of, and you can run that just basically with a bid and a budget, and that's it. You don't have to do any work on it. Amazon does all the work. Great. You have that running all the time. You'll set the budget based on the budget calculator. You'll have a manual research campaign, keeps exploring combination possibilities to get you sales and ranking. This last part is especially interesting. Keeps getting sales and ranking. If you turn this research campaign off, you might lose ranking on some of your secondary keywords or even your main keyword because you're only bidding on manual exact campaigns right here, right? So manual exact ad type. But here you're doing broad and phrase. It actually helps your main keyword ranking as well. Does everybody understand that? So if you're just saying, well, this is the best one, this one's working the most, I'm going to shut these two off, you've just lost lots of ranking opportunity. Lots of sales opportunities, but lots of ranking opportunity as well. So that's why you need all three of these. And this one obviously focuses your budget, most of your budget, when you actually get it dialed in, on the most important keywords to keep getting you ranked highly, getting sales, and be the most relevant for your product on that page, right? So these three are pretty spectacular ways to start an sponsored ads campaign. So can we all agree that if we understood these three campaigns, it might be all we need to do for ads? Would we all agree that that's pretty much all we need to do? At least if we get good at them, we probably get most of our sales from those three campaigns. Because I know that's the case because that's what we do, right? If you use those three campaigns properly, it will probably be all you need. If not, you may want to move your unstructured campaigns to base ad campaigns. So if you got like 15 campaigns, this actually happened last week or 2 weeks ago. We were working with somebody. I looked at her sponsored ads campaigns, and she had 15 to 20 for one product. I was like, do you know why you have these here? And I'm like, I don't know why you have these here. Do you? And she said, well, no, it was just like I had somebody else helping me, and then I fired that guy, and another guy came in, didn't shut anything off, set up 5 more campaigns. And I'm like, well, what are the purposes of these? So we dug in a little bit, and they all kind of replicated similar patterns of those three base ad campaigns. And so I just said, all right, well, let's transition some of these away. So how do we actually do that? So let's get back to the basic on ads and make sure you are profitable and can manage your ads, because all that matters is this and this. If you can be profitable and manage your ads, that's all that matters. Doesn't matter how many campaigns you have set up. If you're profitable, get the sales, get the ranking, and can manage your ads yourself, your life will be so much easier. So, steps to getting structured. So go into your campaign manager and see if any campaigns currently look similar to the base ad campaigns we talk about, the auto, the research, and the top converting. If you have like 5 or 6 or 8 campaigns, try to get them kind of streamlined and just say, okay, look, this is my auto campaign. That's pretty easy, right? That one's already there. Well, this one looks a lot like a research campaign, and I can kind of put like an exact match in there because maybe it's broad and phrase, and I can put an exact match ad group in there, turn that into my research campaign. Top converting, well, you probably already have 1 or 2 campaigns that have 1 or 2 keywords on them already. So use the best converting one as your top converting for now. And then move some of these other ones in the direction of getting just into those 3. Right? Does that make sense to everybody? So you're going to rename those. So product X auto campaign, product X research, product X top converting. Then you look at the other ones and start to transition. So basically find the good keywords, and you can do this from your search term report that has 2 or more orders and less than like a 40% ACoS, or if you want to say conversion rate or whatever you want to call it, and then you define that and say, I'm going to put those into the top converting campaign. This you can do from your dashboard because it'll give you the ACoS and say, oh, this is a good looking one. I'll move this over to my top converting. And then I'll dial down the bids and the budgets from there. So if you have, say, you have top converting keyword for, let's say baby bib, right? And then baby bib exact match is in another ad group, exact match, and it's like just by itself. Okay, well, I just want it to be in the top converting campaign. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it over to the top converting campaign, and I'm going to lower the bid and the budget of the other one until this one takes over all the sales, and then I'm going to take that one away. Does that make sense? All right. No is the current answer, but so say you have one keyword, an exact match phrase, right? So an exact match keyword phrase, baby bib. You have it in multiple keyword campaigns or multiple campaigns, right? So manual exact here. So it's my hero campaign 1, hero campaign 2, hero campaign 3, whatever you call from whatever training you learned it from. So it's in all of those, right? What does that mean? You're spending money everywhere. You're bidding against yourself. You're wasting a buttload of money probably, right? So stop doing that. put it into one, condense it into one, and only bid on it one time. Then lower the bids and the budgets on the ones that you're not using anymore, and then eventually move all the sales to that one campaign. Then lower the prices on the other ones and just move them out and then disable them later. Does that make sense? Because otherwise you will keep spending against yourself time and time again. Yeah, Kelly?
Can you pause the ones in the other folders?
Yeah, so look at what so to kind of finish this off here, I'll just kind of explain that in a second, but basically keep your eyes on the sales and the rankings for any drastic changes if you do this, and see if you drop suddenly, because all you're doing is you can expect some dips at the start, because the point here is not that you're going to look for a short-term increase in sales. You're actually looking to maintain your ads by yourself and understand them better. So you understand that, okay, by moving them away from maybe this pretty good ad campaign here, I'm going to condense and solidify and manage my ads easier and basically make this easier to understand. I might see a little bit of a dip, but after 2-3 weeks, it'll be right back up, and all the sales will be in the ad campaigns that you want them to be in. So the other ones, I wouldn't pause them right away, because if you did that, you can expect some major dips right away. You'd be like, oh, that one was working. Now it's off, right? So you don't want to do that. You don't want to just cut off your arm, right? You want to just shrink your arm, I guess. Just stop working that one out. Work this one out more, right? So then after about 30 to 60 days, you can usually deactivate or disable the unstructured campaigns and move them into your base campaigns, because they will take over all the sales. Does that make sense? Correct. Auto, research, top converting. Those are your base ad campaigns. Yeah, Tony?
So I've heard of a strategy that some people use, like if you have, let's say, 5 keywords and, only one is actually getting sales. So the other 4 keywords, I've heard 2 different strategies. One is get rid of them, or the other is to just lower the bid, or lower the bid really low and keep it.
Mm-hmm.
Have you tried either, and what do you recommend?
That's a very general question that has no actual specific answer, and I'll tell you why that's the case. So, for example, on sponsored ads, does your main keyword usually perform the best? No. It usually gets sales, but it's usually got a high A cost because you're spending more on it, right? So, performance-wise, it's not the best, most usable, or best performing metric or keyword. Whereas your secondary keyword, so ice scraper for me, it costs more than ice scraper for cars or ice scraper windshield, for example. Those ones I just mop up. I get 19% A cost. Ice scraper itself might be 35%. So I'm killing these other ones, and I can only get so much. I can't bleed those ones more, right? But if I turned off ice scraper, what do you think would happen to my sales? They would fall off a cliff, because that's where I get 80 to 90% of my sales is from that main keyword, right? I'm getting just a few sales from the other ones. This is what happens to everybody, and I mean everybody. They go, oh, my main keyword doesn't work very well on my sponsored ads. I go, so what? Are you still ranked? Well, I turned my main keyword off a year ago. Well, where are you ranked now? Page 5. Where were you before you turned it off? Page 1. Well, no shit, right? That's like saying to yourself, I want to lose money for the rest of my life, so just turn this off. So that is something you do not want to do. Now, to your advice or your question, to answer it in a so if your main keyword isn't getting sales, but you're getting clicks, maybe you need to find a way to convert better. Maybe your main image doesn't stand out. Maybe your price is too high or whatever. So if your main keyword is one of those ones that are not getting sales, fix that problem first, and then it should get sales. But if it's completely irrelevant keywords and they're not getting sales, yeah, you can probably turn them off. If for example, you're spending on baby bibs, and you got baby, and you're selling silicone baby bibs, but you got baby cloth bibs or cloth baby bibs. It doesn't really matter, because you're not going to get that many sales from that anyway, because you're not that product, right? So in that case, you could turn it off. But like I said, you're asking a very general question that has many specific answers. So it depends on the situation, but I wouldn't say that all ad hoc, you can just say turn off those ones, because it might be a main keyword. And then you'll do exactly what I just said and lose your ass a year later, right? So don't do that. So this is what it will end up looking like in the end. So you got your auto, your research, and your top converting. I do not sell clown wigs, but I did set this up so I could show you guys what clown wigs look like. Now, these budgets aren't necessarily accurate. These are just examples, so don't look at that. But you can see these are automatic. This is a manual. And this one will have broad, phrase, and exact in it. And this one will only have exact in it and a few keywords. So why wouldn't you just have as many keyword campaigns as possible? Well, why not? Well, your budget will be split between all those campaigns, and they won't be effective. Like, it's just going to, your budget, like, say I've got $200 a day, I got 15 campaigns. Which one's Amazon going to pick first? Well, it doesn't know because you just got all these things out there and spread around, right? So it's not going to be very effective. You forget you even have a budget and just overspend and become unprofitable. So who here doesn't actually know what their daily budget is? Like, oh, based on my sales, I think that it should be around here, but who hasn't actually thought of that? Good, then you went through the training, I assume? But yeah, so some people will just go like this. I'm only selling $1,000 in sales a day, or sales a month, and I'm spending $3,000 in ads a month. Does that sound like a good strategy for your business? Like, maybe short term, but in reality, that's probably way too high, right? So they have to actually come back and go, oh yeah, I forgot. The reason why I'm losing money is because I never set a budget, because I have so many campaigns out there. They all have like a $10 budget, but I've got 40 campaigns, right? So you're spending a buttload of money a month. So that's what happens when you have too many campaigns. You forget about your overall budget and you just like put money on all of them. It's like when you go to the casino and you're playing craps, you're like, I got $100, right? Put money everywhere. Well, I only won on one, and then you lose it all. Like, that was a bad idea. Probably should have not bet all my money on like all the different things I could bet on, or roulette, for example. So you have no idea how to optimize your ads because it becomes too much work. Does anybody here feel like sponsored ads is too much work? Nobody? That's a lie. Usually it's the thing that you spend most of your time on if you're doing any sort of volume, right? Because you're like, oh, I don't really understand. I really need to get in there. And then you end up optimizing things every day. You do too many things. You try too many things. And then everything gets messed up. You also don't really understand the purpose of the campaigns. That's why I asked, do you actually know the purpose of all your campaigns? Because you'll be double bidding against yourself and you don't really know why. You just say, oh, somebody told me to do that once. Seemed like a good idea at the time. So again, you end up bidding against yourself and causing high cost per click. If you're not raising your own, your own market's cost per click because you're like, oh, I'm going to go $2 here, and in another campaign I'm going to do $2.25, another one I'm going to do $2.50, and you realize you have to keep raising the bid. Well, you might be the only person that's actually bidding that high. You might literally be setting the market price for the cost per click against yourself. Does that make sense? So everybody else might be at $1.25, and if you just said, you know what, maybe I'll just do one campaign against myself, and it'll be $2. Then you'll see that the cost per click goes from $2.25 down to $1.75, and you go, oh, let's just save myself 50 cents per click. Perfect. And most importantly, why you don't have too many ad campaigns is because you throw your hands up and say, ads don't work. I don't know what to do. They are killing my profit. Everything's confusing. Nothing makes any sense, right? Does anybody feel that way when they go to their ads campaigns? Yeah. So let's take some action right now. Let's actually structure your ad campaigns into those three. Now, first step, so I'm going to go back here. So this is what it's going to look like, but let me go back to the steps here. Oop, I think I passed it. First step is go into there and see if any current campaigns look similar to the auto, research, and top converting. And then name them such. So product, whatever it is, auto campaign, research campaign, top converting campaign. And then look all the other ones and find good ones, and then just start moving them into the actual base ad campaigns and start lowering bids and budgets on the ones that you don't want anymore. Yeah.
I have a question about the product sponsor campaign.
Product targeting?
Product targeting
Yep.
campaign. Do they help in terms of keywords ranking?
Yes, so they do, and the reason why they do is because they probably got to that product by searching the keyword in the first place. So that cookie on that keyword still stays there even if they click from the listing. The only difference is you don't see that in the search term report. So Amazon doesn't report it to you what keyword they looked up, but you should get keyword ranking because it will help.
With limited budget, is it better to just put everything into the exact match, the top converting campaign, or split it between that and maybe a couple of ASIN that you know they convert?
Well, what did I tell you about where most of your traffic comes from? Remember? Where does most of your traffic come
The main
from?
keywords. The
But
main keyword.
as far as placement goes, sorry, we talked about it in the last one.
Oh,
So
the top search.
actually, that's wrong. That's where most of your that's where your top converting clicks come from. Most of your traffic actually comes on Amazon from product pages and the rest of search. So if you only ever wanted to show up for like only the top converting product, like say the ASIN that you know that you can compete against best, and they might be the second or third competitor. If you only bid on that and only bid on one main keyword, you're missing out all those other opportunities to rank and all those other opportunities to get sales. So I would definitely not shut off everything else, because you're again, That would be like hobbling on one leg when you could have four
I didn't
arms.
mean that I shut off the other two. I'm just saying the other
Still
two.
with launch. What about it? You have limited
I'm-
budget. Everybody does. Anybody here have endless budget? No.
You know, I keep the other two, the auto campaign,
Yeah.
the research campaign. Those are still there.
Okay.
But between putting the rest of the budget in the exact match versus exact match.
Oh, I
and
see. So you're saying so you've got your auto campaign budget that's already paid for. You got that. You got your research budget taken care of. Now between the remaining budget, you split that evenly. I would probably still put most of it on the top converting one, and then put maybe $5-10 a day, whatever, like maybe 25% of the remaining budget on the product targeting ad at first. Let that one start working, and then see if you can turn it up. Because it actually might grow your sales as well, which then increases your budget later.
Because I saw that most of my sales come from ASIN, from other. Yeah. So
it can happen. So maybe you're more competitive against individual ASINs than you are against the rest of search. So in your instance, maybe that is a good strategy. But again, I would look at why am I not getting more sales in my top converting campaign? Is it because my main image doesn't stand out? Is it because my conversion's low? What is it, right? Maybe my price is too high. And if that's not the case, you can't just only expect to compete on the product targeting ads. You've got to do the top converting one as well.
In terms of, if your ads are working, why would you not spend as much as you can? Why are you limiting your budget?
Yeah.
So, you just said there that most of your sales are coming from the targeting campaigns. So if it's working, put more money in it. It's a guideline in terms of if you've got this amount of budget when you're launching, this is how you should think about it. But for me, if the ads are working, I just want to put as much money as possible into that ad campaign because you're going to get more sales.
Yeah. I would say there will be a ceiling at some point, but yes, you will actually. There will be you're not going to exceed the amount of customers that ever show up on Amazon, but yes, you'll find that ceiling eventually.
Yeah, but if you can put a budget on there of $1,000 a day, if it converts well, right? You're not going to spend that much. Yeah. But again, what you're saying to Amazon is, I'm prepared to bid on this keyword. If you're running out of budget, you're not spending enough, and you're converting well on that on those campaigns, then you're kind of missing out on sales. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I think they're still not profitable though. I mean, I can put 1,000, but the return on investment is still not.
Do you know that for a fact?
Yeah, I guess so.
I guess so.
No, I have different. I'm giving you an answer because we have different SKUs, so it depends on the SKU.
Yeah.
On the product,
so maybe we can have a look at whether it's profitable or not,
course,
right?
But
so yeah, you don't want if it's not working, it's not profitable. But it might not just be profitable for that just one keyword, but in the overall business, it will be. So, yeah.
Yeah. So the budget is obviously there to help you understand that. Mostly in maintenance mode, what should you do? Launch mode, you spend a lot more. Right, maintenance mode you can dial it down, but yeah, Greg.
Yeah, just on that, I think a few years ago, Jason, I reckon, said, if I gave you $2 back for every $1 you gave me, how much money would you give me?
Yeah.
If you're going to double your money, the more money. If you give me $1 and I'll give you $2 back, how much money are you going to give me? You just keep doing it, won't you? But the question was about auto campaigns. Is there some way? And sorry if you say this in the training because I haven't got to that yet.
Yeah.
Is there a way to stop your product being shown on products which are irrelevant? Can you exclude ASINs?
Yeah.
I've tried putting that in, it doesn't seem to
So
work.
the ASINs, no. The keywords, yes. They supposedly are working on negative product ASINs for auto campaigns, but you can do the keyword of if it's so for example on my work gloves, Milwaukee kept coming up, like Milwaukee hand tools and stuff like that, which is a brand in America for power saws and stuff like that. And I was like, I don't remember anything about it in my listing or anything, so I looked at my search terms, and for some reason Milwaukee was in there. Apparently I put it in there from some Helium 10 or keyword ASIN thing, something, and I was spending $20-30 every month on this thing for God knows how long, and I didn't notice it before. So I was like, all right, let's negative exact phrase the word Milwaukee, so I never bid on anything with the word Milwaukee in it ever again. Now as far as the ASINs go, you can't yet, but supposedly they're working on that.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah.
I have a question about the ASINs, and so you mentioned that they use one ASIN for the 3 campaigns. Do you suggest that the more multiple ASINs that similar products and we're using the same keywords to combine, or if not, what's the reason?
So are you saying on this, put multiple ASINs on the same campaign?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can. So the reason why you would do that is to understand what your budget is for those to start. Now, if one's outperforming the rest, you can lower the other ones down, or you can move it into its own campaign, whatever you want to do. But you just do that so you understand what your budget is for that campaign. So I'm saying I'm going to spend $300 a month on product targeting ads because I know that maybe I'm going to get $600 in sales. And that's kind of what I based on from experience doing this, right? So I set a $10 budget a day on that. Now, for all the product targeting ASINs, I'm putting $10 on that, right? So just as an example. Now, if I saw one was converting really well, I might either stop bidding on the other ones or maybe move that one into its own campaign and say, I'm going to spend just $10 on this one alone. And now I'm spending that much on that one, right?
Currently, I'm just using the separate ad groups for different ASINs. So maybe just want to just switch out.
Just make sure you understand your budget and if they're actually working.
Okay.
Because you could possibly be overspending because you're not paying attention to how much you're actually making versus how much is going out the door. That's why I'm saying if you can get it down to 3, and I know a lot of people want to do product targeting ads because they say, well, that one really converts really well. And then they just stop spending money on all the other ones. Well, that's what got you to where you were getting there in the first place. The product targeting ads is kind of the cream on the top. If you just focus on those ones, your business is going to dry up.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Alessandro?
When it's too much, you guys tell me.
Now.
When
No,
you
I'm just
look at when you look at the search report, what is the time frame? You always go back as much as possible, or you look at 2 to 4 weeks back?
Yeah, so you can do it depending on what your objective is with the thing, but I always look at the 60 days or whatever it is, like 55 days, because I take 5 days away from the first 5 days closest to me and then go back 60 days. So I take all that data every time because I know what I've done this historically and understand what I'm doing. But if you just want to see, if you want to compare it, you can also do like, okay, last month versus the month before that, and you can do those time ones and split them and look at them individually, right? Okay. So you can do it both ways, but it depends on what your objective is, right?
And let's say you take 60 days or 59 days, the column 7-day
total orders.
Yeah. What is it? I mean, is this 7 days? Or
no,
is
so that's very confusing, and Amazon doesn't really clarify that. But what that is that's a 7-day cookie. So if somebody clicks on your ad, within 7 days it can get a sale because it's got a 7-day cookie. So what it's saying is on that cookie, it's got a sale within 7 days of being clicked. It's not saying that. It's basically just the orders. That's really what it is.
Okay, total orders.
Because it's, yeah,
period.
exactly. Amazon's just telling you that it's a 7-day cookie. So within 7 days, somebody bought it after clicking it. Okay. It's a very weird way to just say these are your orders and sales.
Okay, so it's actually total order for the period.
Exactly.
That's all it is.
Exactly. So then they used to have a 30-day cookie, which made even less sense. Yeah. But it would show more. So people got really confused by that, but then they took that away. So yeah, it's just basically how many orders and sales you
They're
get.
very good at confusing you, for
yeah,
sure.
Exactly. So one question you asked yesterday, and I wanted to come over here because we wrote it down because we didn't want to forget. It was, when launching, should I just focus on top 2 or 3 keywords or many or what? So we've got that strategy from the launch that if you're just doing a PPC launch, you can do something just like that, like Kirsty said, go all in black or whatever. And that's a way. There is ways that you can do that. So you can absolutely spend pretty much all your money on just the main keyword to get going. What I would say is if you're launching, it's really nice to have multiple launch efforts, because if you're just trying to get there on PPC and you don't have a good image, you're not sure about your product yet, you might spend a lot more money than you actually even think you're going to spend because you don't have any other data, right? You don't have any reviews, you have nothing going. So as a coach who's telling you, like, my opinion, the best launch strategy is try to do a little bit of everything and just make that really good. And if you do want to drive that sponsored ads on the main keyword, you can try that versus like the full on doing auto research and then top converting a couple weeks later.
So basically the way you would do it, as I stepped out in terms of the weeks, right?
Yep.
All on black, weeks 1 and 2, then you start to build in the other
Yep.
strategies. And that's how you do it. You line it up, and then that's when you'll go into your top 2, 3, 4, 5 keywords on sponsored ads.
Yep. I just know that a lot of people are very afraid to do that because as soon as they see a $500 bill from Amazon within a week, they're like, oh my God, I got to turn down my ads, right? I'm going to be in debt soon.
Because
yeah.
what we're trying to achieve with the one keyword up front is that one keyword's going to have residual effect across like longer tail keywords. So you're going to defibrillate the whole lot. But what you're doing is you just put in all your budget on that one because you really want to get that one. And then as you rank for that one, then you go for the other ones, and then you can then start to apportion out the budget. So the $500 or $400 a day, for instance, it might be $200 a day on the main one, and then $200 on the top 2 and 3 keywords. Make sense? Yeah.
Yeah. So do you guys want to try to rename some of your campaigns, or do you just want to ask questions? Because I'm good either way, but I think that you'll get a lot out of this. If you don't understand your ad campaigns, definitely do this when you get time. We have the rest of the afternoon to do this as well. I don't see lunch here yet, which is good because we've got about 15 minutes until lunch. So maybe we just take 15 minutes to do this if you want. At least review your campaigns and see if you understand the purposes of them, and then see if you need to adjust anything. How's that sound? Cool. And then we'll just go over the planning stuff after lunch real quick. All right. How's everybody's lunch? Going to go ahead and get started here so we can finish this next section. Grab our pointer. Wherever it went. There it is. So we're going to go back actually to our daily and weekly planning, which we call our action planning. And this is basically, let me just ask a question here, guys. So who here actually doesn't know what to do every day when they go to sit down to work on an Amazon business? Like, what do I do today? Right? A lot of hands I see. And that's probably because you actually haven't written anything out for yourself to do in that day, right? And you probably don't have any ideas about what your plans for your business are, what goals you're trying to accomplish, and what do you even need to get done that's high impact. So that's what we want to talk about today. So, Kirsty, do you want to take this one?
Cool. Okay, so there's 4 steps to action planning and getting stuff done in your business, right? And 3 of these you've done in Amazing Accelerators. So number 1 is you want to create your SMART goal for the next major milestone, right? Do you remember that? Specific, measurable, actionable, relevant, and timely. So not I want $1 million in the bank. It's more I want to create $5,000 income for myself. And to be able to do that, I need to generate $50,000 in revenue to create $10,000 profit so I can invest in myself and my business, that type of thing, and by the date. Then you want to forecast your sales and activity for the next 12 to 18 months. So you've created your goal. That's what you're aiming for. But then you want to use the sales planner. So that's in module 2, I believe. So what you've done is you've gone, great, I've got these products. I'm going to forecast where that's going to take me in 12 months' time. Then I'm going to launch these next products, 1, 2, and 3, and I'm going to forecast where that's going to take me in 12 months' time. And then it adds up for you when you're actually going to reach that SMART goal. So you've got a roadmap basically to aim for, which is generally, usually to get to $1 million, we're looking at 4 to 5 products doing 20 units a day at maybe sort of a sales price of $20, right?
So who here has more than 4 products? Do you do $1 million in sales a year? No.
No.
Most of it's because you guys are probably not ranked highly enough, not converting well enough, all that other stuff, right? But if you need to add more products to reach your SMART goal, then you might have already achieved your SMART goal of like quitting your job or something, but what is your next major milestone? Do you want to get to like $100,000 in sales or whatever? So then you actually have to plan out how many more products I have to add into there to get there.
Yeah. So the idea is that if you do that now for 2020, do you feel like you would have more motivation to actually get that stuff done? Yeah? Can you see it, right? You'd have a product now, a product in February, launching in February, a product launching in April, and then maybe one in June, July, and then ramp up for Christmas. That would generally get you to $1 million at a profit percentage of probably 20% when you've taken out all the expenses and stuff. That's our first probably goal, right, that we're trying to aim for. Then what you want to do is you go, great, okay, I've got the roadmap. What do I need to do in the next 90 days to help me get to that roadmap, right? So if the first thing that you need to do is sort out product number 1 for Christmas and get prepared for another product launch in February, those are the key steps that you need to do in the next 90 days, right? Does that make sense? So not what about product number 5? It's I just need to do these things in the next 90 days to achieve my goal for that 90 days. Make sense? Because here's where a lot of people go wrong is that they're saying, oh, but I've got this other thing in my head and I want to do a Shopify store. Oh, and I want to do, I want to drive some Facebook ads and I want to do my ManyChat list and I want to do Instagram and I want to do influencers. Right. Does that feel like you're about to just shoot yourself in the head? Yeah. Right? So what we've taught you over the last couple of days is you want to do your metrics, you want to see where your gaps are, and you want to focus on that one first. And then you've probably got a new product that's you're going to launch in quarter 1 of next year. Right? Yes. So that's probably all you need to focus on.
So that's high impact tasks that create growth in your business. Whereas like setting up a Shopify store, you might spend the next month doing it and you get absolutely 0 sales for the whole thing, right?
Yeah. So how many people have found lots of different webinars in their email. And
no. I've never subscribed to everything.
Right? And you're on your way, you're doing your plan, then you're like, oh, this thing over here, I'm gonna watch that webinar. And somebody somewhere has had awesome success with that. So then you're like, great, I'm gonna learn how to do that right now. And then you've got another one that lays on top of that, and another one, and another one, right? So stop doing that. Get good at planning so that you know when those webinars pop up, if it's the right thing that you should be doing right now. Make sense? Then what you want to do is you've got your 90-day plan. So you guys should have done a 90-day plan within Amazing Accelerators. Has everybody done that?
I know a lot of people posted them, so that's good.
Yeah, that's good. So that was for the last 90 days, right? So probably we started in August,
Some people
September.
start in July. A few people just started a few weeks ago, but
Yeah. So now you've probably done 90 days, coming up to the next 90 days. So you need to do your next 90 days, right? So it's not a one-time thing. And the reason we do this is, number one, humans can only work in like 3 months, right? Because we get a bit, no, I can't think that far ahead. Also, big business do this all the time. This is their planning cycle. We used to do this all the time. And we'd refine. We'd go back, say, did we hit everything we wanted to achieve? What do we still want to do? Keep that moving. Did we do some stuff that just didn't make any sense? Take that off the list. So you're always trying to refine. When you first start this process, you'll have too much stuff in your 90-day plan, for sure, right? So review it. Did it make any sense to keep moving with that one? If not, just take it off the list. Then you want to take those 90 days and go, okay, what do I need to do now in the next 30 days to achieve the 90 days? And what we want to do is break that into weekly and daily plans, which is when you know what you need to do every day. So weekly review planning. Here's a process that we like to use, right? So every Sunday night, you want to write down the most important things that you need to do for the upcoming week. So does anybody practice this right now? It's very simple, right? Does anybody do this? Yeah?
I do it on
Germano,
Friday
Matt,
afternoon, but yeah.
Rebecca and Amanda. Cool.
So everybody that's training.
What you want to do then is to make sure that they're only high-impact tasks. Okay? So planning, maybe creating SOPs, so standard operating procedures to outsource to other people, product selection, etc. Right? If you're spending 5 hours a day answering emails or just looking at your computer without doing anything, it's not high impact, right? Germano's laughing here. Or if you're reviewing your metrics, not really understanding what they mean and not asking anyone about it, then that's not high impact either, right? There's always got to be an action against this. Do it every week. On the next week, you want to check what hasn't been done. So how many people just write a massive list of stuff, right? Do you ever get them done? You just keep adding to the list, right? So what we want to do with that list is break it down and say, what do I need to do this week, just this week? And then if you haven't got it done, usually it's because it wasn't right to do. So you normally want to take that off the list. So again, say, is this something I still need to do? If not, take it off. If yes, just put it towards the next week. And once you start getting to this habit, you'll start to realize that there's a lot of crap on there that you don't actually need to do. Right?
And you don't need to spend 8 hours a day at your computer working on your Amazon business.
No. Then we want to get into daily planning. So that you're planning your week. Then in terms of days, what we want to do is take those high impact tasks and we want to block time out in our work day, right? So how many people have got a full-time job right now? Quite a lot, right? So Greg, how much time have you got to spend on your business every day?
Hour.
An hour, right? So that hour has to be very high impact for you, right? So you need to think about every day, what's that hour going to be about? What are you going to do in that hour every day? And what we found is that actually people that have less time get more successful because you have to really think about, is this hour going to have the impact that I want it to have in my business? Just answering emails is not going to do that, right? Nah. So you would have outsourced customer service a long time ago. Yeah. So that's because you've got less time. So what we want, you guys, how many people are working on this full time? Yeah?
Yep.
How many people feel like they spend too much time on their Amazon business or they haven't got enough time even though they're working on it full time?
How many people spend more than 4 hours a day on their Amazon business on average?
Right.
Third of the room.
Yeah. So we want you to limit the time. This is going to help you with deadlines. This is going to help you get stuff done a lot quicker, right? Limit that time to like 2 or 3 hours a day. Then choose the most important things that you need to get done. If you don't get that done, it's not moving your business forward. It's not going to make you money, and it's not going to create time back in the business. And set a time limit, right? So, for instance, if you know you need to choose new products, how much time do you want to spend on that activity? And then block that out in your diary, right? So if you know it's going to take you a couple of hours, just make sure that you do that first and you allocate the right amount of time to that activity. Not, I'm going to fit this in and fit this in. Make sure that you put in regular breaks. Make sure that you actually plan for lunch, taking the kids out to school, whatever that is, right? Whatever you need to do. Then after you get them done, get the must-do things done first.
Well, next, actually. So it's like after you get the important stuff done, then you can get the must-do stuff, like stuff you have to do that you can't just overlook, like responding to an email from your sourcing agent or something. But you want to get the high-impact stuff done first because your brain's going to be mushed by the time you get to the other stuff. So if you do all the crappy stuff that's not growing your business first, then the high-impact stuff's going to be a waste of your time, right? You're not going to be in the right mindset to do it.
Yeah, so in this bucket would be things like, oh, I'm going to go on Facebook and check out all my Facebook groups on Amazon, right? How many people do that first? Come on.
How many people check Facebook first thing in the morning when they first grab their phone?
Notifications.
Nobody's going to admit it.
Right. Notifications and all that stuff, because we get sucked in, right? We get sucked into the vortex. So you don't want to be doing that. First, you want to do the high impact, then you can sort that stuff out. And again, set a time limit for that. So for me, for emails, checking Facebook and stuff, I want to do it in half an hour. I'm like, yeah, that's how much I want to get done. I'm going to do it at the end of the day so I don't get distracted with everything else.
Yeah, Tim Ferriss, I think, does it like 30 minutes a month or something like that.
Yeah.
So if you want to go extreme, which you could do that.
Yeah.
He's like, you guys will figure it out if I only answer my emails 30 minutes every month.
But
right?
really, in your Amazon business, you should be getting other people to answer your emails.
Yep.
Right? In terms of customer emails, that's what you should be doing. And at the end of the day, just make a quick list of what you need to get done tomorrow. Now, to optimize your daily planning, so when you first start this, it's not going to be fully optimized, right? You're just going to get on with the process and make it a habit. But a great way to start to optimize is actually do the reverse of this. So you want to write down, starting today, everything you did in your day. Now this is going to be an awesome day for you, right? Because you did all sorts of great stuff and you got stuff done in your business. But generally what we do is, we'll wake up on the Monday and we're like, okay, who's got kids? Yeah? Do you have to take them to school and stuff? Right? Do you have to feed
that
them?
kind of stuff, yeah.
Yeah? Do you have to feed them? Yeah? Do you have to do the laundry in your house? Right? Do you have to clean the house? Do you have to sort your husband out? Yeah, all right. So that takes 5 hours a day, right? And all of a sudden you're like, oh, I've only got an hour a day left. But you need to actually plan that out in your day. So if you get up in the morning, you have to sort the kids out, get them off to school. Generally, when do you get to sit down and work on your business? 10 a.m.?
10 p.m. maybe.
Or 10
like
p.m.
Late or early, yeah.
So plan that out in your day. So what you want to do is go through the day and just write what you actually did. And be really honest with yourself. Check in with yourself every hour. Did you just spend an hour on Facebook? Did you just spend an hour binge watching, or maybe 5 hours watching the Game of Thrones or something, right? So we've all done it, people. But what you'll start to realize where you're actually spending your time. It's a bit like when you first start going on a diet, right? You want to change your eating habits. And then you start to actually, record what you're eating every day. A lot of people go, yeah, but I try and eat healthy. I eat really well. And then if you actually recorded what you did, you're like, oh, yeah, I had a bottle of wine and then a few biscuits here. And, so you don't actually realize what you're doing until you write this down.
That's cookies for us Americans.
Oh, yeah, cookies, whatever. Then pick one
productive thing, yeah. So if you actually find that you are doing productive things, but you just don't want to keep doing it, for example, responding to customer emails, pick one productive thing that you want to stop doing and create a step-by-step document to stop doing it forever. You might spend 3 or 4 hours to actually create that step-by-step video or that document. You can do a Loom video in 10 minutes, and then you'll just never have to do it again. You'll outsource it to somebody else. An actual real-life scenario is something that we both do. I used to clean the toilets in my own house. I used to clean the bathroom sink. I used to clean my bathroom. I used to do, clean my stove top. That would take like 3 hours. Do you think that's a very productive use of my time, just in general? No. hired a cleaning lady. She comes once every 2 weeks. She does all that stuff now. Now I've just saved myself probably 20 hours a month. Like, I don't even think about it because it's like, well, I'm not working. I'm just around the house. But I'm wasting my time because it's not productive for me to do that. I could be doing lots of other things like setting up awesome training for you guys, right? Matter of fact, if I didn't have a cleaning lady, I couldn't probably do this.
Yeah, oh God, no.
She doesn't cost that much either. It's only like $200 a month, so.
Cleaning, getting your groceries actually, delivered to you rather than you going to the supermarket. You can create big shopping lists that you probably all buy the same food every week, right? Even better when you start to make more money in your business, get a housekeeper and they'll do everything for you, right? Cook for you, all that other stuff. Yeah. So yeah, it's important. There was probably guys in the room that were right, brilliant. My wife does all that. Yeah, I wish I had a wife. Be awesome, right? And then I managed to find 2 kids as well. Well,
Maybe this is why, like the polygamy or whatever, they have like 7 wives, one for each task.
Yeah. But no. But this is a really great process. And we actually stole this from a guy called Peter Shallard. He calls himself the Shrink for Entrepreneurs. It's called the reverse to-do list. So basically what you're doing is you're just documenting every day what you did. You'll find glaringly, oh my God, I can't believe I'm spending all my time on that. And then you're going to automatically optimize yourself. You're going to feel so much better for doing it. I'm going backwards. Okay, there we go. Okay, right. So we're gonna do your weekly plan with you right now. So Isaac, have we got it in the downloads, right?
Yeah, it's in the downloads. So I'm just writing the download link here. So it's bit.ly/AA. AA workshops. Man, that was terrible. We'll start over. You guys probably already have it, but I'm just writing it again. So if you don't remember it, it'll have it here. But bit.ly/ all lowercase AA workshops.
Yeah, and it's just called weekly plan, right?
Yeah, there's daily planner and a weekly planner both in there. So that's what we're going to do now. So that way you guys actually know what to do when you leave here, right? Because you know some high impact tasks. Like maybe I've got to optimize my sponsored ads. Maybe I got to create a new image for my main image. Maybe I got to optimize my bullet points. Maybe I've got to refine my keyword research, right? You've got some high impact tasks. So write it out, plan it out for the next week, and then each day block out what you're going to do each day.
But what you want to do, you want to put your real life in there. So if you what time do you normally wake up in the morning, right? If you wake up at 7, what do you do first? I feed the kids, I do all this other stuff. So you have to put that into that weekly plan. It's not just a list of stuff you're going to do that day, because otherwise it's just not going to work.
Yep. I'll type up on a notepad so that way live stream can see the link as well.
Should we do it? Come on, Jemana, get on with it.
All right. So how do we go with their daily planning and their weekly planning? You guys actually know what you're supposed to do this coming week? Does it feel like you actually are a bit more relieved about the stuff that you actually have to get done? Instead of just going, oh, I got to do all this crap and then I got to work there for like 8 hours a day. Slave to my own Amazon business, right? So right now what we want to do, guys, I'll shut the projector off so that we don't have a glare and blinding people. But what we want to do right now is we want to bring up all the mentors. So Kirsty, Amanda, Rebecca, Mike, Jason, Matt. Come up to the front, have a seat. I'm going to shut off the projector so that way we can actually see their faces without blinding them. And you guys can actually ask us anything. So I'm going to walk around the room, and these guys will have a seat up front. So whatever you guys want to ask, make sure to ask, because this is the time to get everything you ever want answered. So who's got a question? All right, Fanner, we'll come over to you here. Yeah, finally. Just kidding.
Okay, my question has to do with taxes. You know, I get those emails from Amazon where they state that they are collecting taxes for, and they keep adding states. But I don't know myself if I had to worry about anything or do I need to do anything. On the other hand, I get these other emails from TaxJar and other companies that you had to open an account in each state with in which you have Nexus and whatever. So it's confusing to me, and I'm totally lost there.
Yeah, so as you know, our stance all along has been traditionally that it's one of the few things we can't give specific advice on. But don't worry, I'm going to.
None of us are financial professionals, so
Yeah.
this is just our opinion.
And
That's
most of us aren't even professionals. But my personal stance on this has been all along that the writing on the wall is that as Amazon slowly takes over the responsibility state by state, they're setting a precedent, and they're going to be moving into more states, which this year they've done. They've been accelerating it now, and they're in more than almost half the states now. Yeah. Exactly. And California was the bellwether state of what was going to happen, I felt. And as soon as that happened, then they started quickly taking over the responsibility in other states. And if it were me, I have not signed up to collect taxes other than in the states that I physically have an office in. So I'm in Illinois and Missouri. I have a warehouse in one and an office in the other. So I collect sales tax in those states, and because I have a physical presence. But in the other states, my stance has been that I feel like Amazon will take over the responsibility because I'm not physically there, and that's what has been happening for me. If anyone else here has went ahead and signed up for tax and that, I mean, don't feel like you've done anything wrong. There's also the other half of the equation where people feel like that's the right thing to do. I think it's more of a gray area. Really, it's open for interpretation, and so that's why I'm waiting for Amazon to even cover all the states. I think by the end of 2020, they will be collecting sales tax in every state.
So at this time, if your state is not in that list, and you have what do you call
Nexus? Yeah.
Nexus to that state, you have to actually pay the sales tax.
If you are, again, this is what I've known with my personal accountant. If you are operating in a state, you have your office there, you're registered there as an LLC, S corp, or you have a warehouse there. No matter what Amazon does, you do need to pay sales tax in that state because you are a seller in that state.
Yep. So for example,
yeah.
I'm in the state of Nevada. I have my home office here, but I have my business registered in Wyoming. I have to register at least there. Now, I have registered other ones, and then as Amazon takes them over, I'm like, sweet, thank God I don't have to do this anymore, especially California. I hated that one. But, yeah, talk to a financial advisor, but you have to at least probably wherever you operate and wherever your office is registered, your business is registered, those are two states you almost always have to. Well, you should have to, actually.
Yeah, I did the same thing as you. So I was panicked, when was it? January time, February time? Something like that, when California was like, right, you guys, we're going to screw you. But then as Amazon started to take responsibility, then we made the decision not to do it. Same as you. So personal preference.
Is this about taxes?
I think I heard that if you have an office in a state is one thing. The other is if you have inventory in the state, which we have no control, right? So they can be anywhere. So in theory, they may come after you if you have.
Well, who's they?
The state.
Okay. Do you live in that state? Are you a
No.
resident? Okay. What laws do they have that cover? I mean, they could go after anyone in any state, in any country, in any galaxy, in any universe. Because that state is trying to tell people who are not residents and businesses that aren't residents that their laws apply to them. Again, this is my personal way I've looked at it, but I feel very passionate about it. I'm not going to have another state that I have absolutely nothing to do with tell me what laws I have to follow. Next, they could tell me anything they wanted to. Same with the city, same with the county, same with the taxing jurisdictions. At that point in time, they could tell anyone they want anything, that if you've ever driven your car through that state, we need to pay sales tax.
Yeah, your face got a little red. And
You should start a business on that. You're so passionate about it.
Yeah. Arizona actually has you do state, county, city, municipality, like all these other things. It's a mess, and it costs you so much money in licensing. But yeah, so that's kind of the idea is that, you know, if you do have inventory, like some actually say like you can have inventory, but yet you have to pass a certain amount of dollars or whatever. But Amazon's the one that's sending the inventory there, right? You actually don't even have control over it. So as Mike said, he's waiting for essentially the federal law of saying, Amazon, you're required to pay and collect and remit sales tax in every state. So again, not financial advice, but an opinion.
With the direction Amazon's going with not giving out customer data anymore too, they're taking on more responsibility, which, I mean, they're completely Amazon's customer. They need to pay the tax.
I had almost the same question, but for Canada.
So, yeah, pay as little tax as you possibly can. Get good tax. Well, I'll tell you one thing: get tax help. Like, don't do it yourself, and get a lot of opinions. The amount of accountants that we've gone through, amount of legal help. First of all, everyone's going to always tell you, if they're a legal professional, that you have to pay tax. They're going to take the side that's safe. That's really why it's very hard for us to find people to talk on the topic, because they all say the same thing, like pay, pay, pay. It's safer to pay. The way we have it in Canada, and at the end of the day, any income that you take, for me, living in Canada and the States, Canada still charges me. So any of my income tax, I pay 15% more income tax than anyone in the States. So Canada looks at it, my income tax is paid in the States. So they're saying, yeah, but we're a 55% income tax bracket, yes. So you have to pay another 15. So, you know, I pay a lot of money in taxes. That's why I'm actually looking at, I just got approved for my green card. Woohoo. So I'm looking, yeah, for Canada. For Texas. So now I'm losing sight. Oh, yeah. So how I've had it set up is I have a U.S. corporation that owns a Canadian corporation that owns my U.S. corporation. None of my companies are actually Canadian companies. So then the only way I'm paying tax on anything, I pay tax in the States for everything. But then, and I don't even know if I'm answering your question. Are you talking about the business setup or selling?
Probably more like sales tax. So
yeah, I just
if you're
realized as I'm going
things,
down this rabbit hole.
If I'm selling things in Canada,
So-
then...
Well, Kelly, would you like me to continue talking on this topic? Yeah.
I'm happy to hear it anyway.
Yeah. So, and I'll just tell you how I'm doing things from, an income tax, and then I'll answer your other question. So I have my U.S. company that takes care of all taxes, and then I give myself very little dividends because I'm able to live in the States. I just pay for everything through my U.S. stuff. Because at the end of the day, anything you bring in, you are going to have to pay income tax on again anyway. As for selling, if you're not, now this is how it was, and I don't know unless it's changed last year. If you're, like for me, when I was living in Canada, I know a couple girl, Kristen Heaton, she's a perfect example too. She didn't pay any taxes because she had no location presence in the States. So that worked out really well for her. Yeah. And so now, actually, what is your question?
Yeah. So I've got an Australian company, and that's what's running holding the Canadian account. So what do I have to do as far as paying tax in Canada on the sales that I make?
From the best of my knowledge, I don't think you're going to have to pay any.
No.
Yeah. So there's a distance threshold of a certain amount. If
Yeah.
you don't reach that certain amount, I can't remember, it might be $25,000 or something, 40, 30? just change out numbers. 30, 40. Who's got 50?
Can I
Who's got
hear
60?
45?
Yeah. It's somewhere around that. So if you don't sell over that, you actually you're not required to file and pay taxes, as far as I am understanding, because I actually talked to them.
I've never heard of anyone that has.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So I've still, even though I live in Canada, but I'm not supposed to be there. We've got an Australian company selling Canada, don't pay any sales tax. That's different because that's VAT. So
that's actually included into the sales price.
It's included in the sales price. You have to collect that and remit that back to the government. Now with Brexit, who knows, right? There's distance thresholds and things like that.
Give it about 2 weeks and then give it about another 6 months to actually
yeah,
see what happens.
kind of work out. But the inference is going to be that you're going to have to set up in each country, but we don't know yet, right?
Yeah, a little bit about Canada. So because I'm a Canadian, so I know a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah, so the threshold is kind of like a 30,000 or 40,000, but the thing that when you import the things we ship FBA to Canada, you have to just you'll be paying the GST, which is 5%. So if you want to get this back, you have to just register. Regardless, even if you lower that threshold, you can still register. So you can get this one back, the 5%. You pay the federal government. And also, on the other side, my friends is also selling to Canada. They got notice from Canada, though. They are kind of like more like strengthened on the policy of those kind of sales tax. So you better just register, I think. Because, yeah, registered, because Canadians just kind of very used to pay those taxes because they pay the tax. You just remit those tasks on their behalf to the government. So you can just, as a foreigner, just a non-resident, you can register them as non-resident.
I think the best thing to do is to get an accountant who knows their shit. That's what I would do.
Yeah, you can just register on CRA, and you can just directly register by yourself.
So I actually did talk to an accountant. He said you don't actually have to do that unless you reach this threshold.
Exactly.
So I never did it.
Yeah.
I actually filled all the forms. I'm like, I don't even know what to do with these forms. And he said, oh, well, you actually don't need to do that. You're not selling over this amount. And I said, well, then why am I wasting my time? He said, don't worry about it.
Hi. I have two separate questions. So first question is that within the unified North American account, we can sell to Canada and Mexico. I wanted to know if anyone is selling to Mexico, what's their experience, easy, not easy, is there a first mover advantage, because at some point in time it's going to mature, and so that's my question one. Question two is Spanish keywords, their relevance in the American marketplace, and should we research at all, should we spend money on that? What's your take?
For the unified account, so we have that, and we're part of that trial program where you could automatically sell to Canada and Mexico, and I didn't have to move any inventory. They took care of all that, and it was more of a test to see how your sales would go in those other countries. They took care of everything, creating the listings, fulfilling them, taking care of customer service, collecting any taxes. It didn't push the needle very much for us. Like we probably got maybe a sale a day compared to what we're getting in the United States. So for me, it wasn't enough yet to tell me that I really wanted to go and sell directly in those countries. So it wasn't that way yet. I do see Mexico at some point, probably definitely moving up, but it's not there yet. And so I wouldn't focus on it. Or have you been invited to the unified account where they can take care of fulfilling?
So there's so there's two. There's the regular North American Unified account where you can ship the inventory there, and then the one that he's talking about is actually Amazon's inviting you, so that they'll actually take your inventory over there as a test. So you just got the regular account where you have to ship the inventory over there.
Well, the good thing is you get to see like what's happening with us. I found from the sales that I've seen, it's not worth it yet. All the hassle of actually sending inventory across the border, whether it's north or south. Right now, I have not seen the volume. That's for our categories, but I just haven't seen it yet being worth it. Yep, automatically. Yep.
So the other thing is about emerging markets in general. So Canada, Australia, Mexico, France, Italy, Spain. These are all pretty low demand markets. Canada is probably the best out of those. and then maybe like France, Italy, Spain, you might get a little twinge here or there. But yeah, so for most of these countries, moving into those marketplaces isn't going to grow your business much. You might as well just launch another product. You get more results out of that, or launch into the UK or Germany.
Yeah, because especially if you're doing the inventory management, having to like pull some out and ship, like even in Europe, it's a pain in the butt because you're getting your inventory and you have to get it both to the States and to Europe. So I wouldn't waste my time doing that yet.
Yeah. So then Spanish keywords. Christy, do you want to talk about the Spanish keywords in the United States?
Yeah, so yeah, I've definitely done that. But it tends to be like maybe 1 or 2, so the top 2 or 3 keywords, something like that. Put them into Spanish and put them in your listing, put them in the back end, and do some sponsored ads on it, and I've had some success with that.
Yeah, so about 18% of the United States population speaks Spanish. So it's a good idea to probably get a main keyword in there too. Yep. Another questions? Any other questions? Yeah. Fanner.
You can ask me the Spanish keywords. Okay. But I think one place is the back end search. That's a place to put them too. One question that I have is regarding I asked many of you already this question, is the safety data sheets, because I think it's going to come, and it's coming to a lot of people. And 3 of my listings were put on hold right now because of the safety data sheet requirements, which now requires the title or name of the product to match what is on the listing. That's one thing. The other thing is that the manufacturer / brand name in the safety data sheet have to match what is on the listing. So I called my manufacturer. They didn't want to change it. So I called these other companies that do this safety data sheets, and basically they said that we will do it for you. It's $300, and it will take about 4 weeks. So by that time they will dispose my products. So they're telling me I call about 4 companies, and they're saying we're getting a lot of calls because a lot of things that are happening right now in Amazon is affecting many people, sellers, because of this issue. And this is not new, but Amazon is enforcing that now. So up to this point, I said, oh my goodness, what do I do then? I got this company, and I'm sure what they were going to do was to change my title and put the manufacturer. So I just did that myself, just changed the title, and I submitted that without changing anything, because I called OSHA. In my case, it's skincare products, and I got a hold of a guy that told me don't change anything unless the manufacturer does it, because if you change anything, then you are responsible and you can undergo criminal charges. So I got scared, so I only changed the title. So I submitted that. I'm still waiting, but at this point, I was placing contact yesterday, but met with another manufacturer, and she said that she's providing the safety data sheet to her customers with their name, their title, the manufacturer's own name already on the safety data sheets to avoid the problem. So I don't know if you have any feedback. So the question is, have you faced that, and what to do about it if you were put in that spot?
So first off, these are your own private brands, right, of products? Okay, so then keep in mind, you're the manufacturer. We're the manufacturer. So what I do for all of our products, I get a material safety data sheet, or just a safety data sheet, from our actual supplier, and then I change all of mine so it's my company name, my product name on there. I ask them to give me a PDF or a Word document. Then I change that just to put my company name with my address and my brand name on there, and then that's what I submit to Amazon every time, because you are the supplier.
Because Amazon doesn't know anybody from anybody. They assume that you're just a third-party seller, or reselling somebody else's products.
Yep. Safety data sheet is the name.
MSDS, Material Safety Data Sheet. Yeah.
Actually, 2 quick questions. One is for Mike, and the other is more like a hack. Mike, before we were talking about an accelerated way to get brand registry. Can you tell me more about it?
Yep. So Amazon just started a new program about 2.5 weeks ago called IP Accelerator, where they've partnered up with about it's IP Accelerator. They've partnered with about 4 or 5 different law firms, and you can Google IP Accelerator. It'll take you right to the Amazon page. You hit the button, save more info. They'll take you to a page with their attorneys on there. You can then hire them to get a trademark for you, just like you would go out there and use Trademarkia or anything like that, or hire another attorney. They'll do the process. Right now, the cost we've seen is about $600 that you pay the attorneys. That's in addition to whatever the federal fee is also for the trademark, but $600, which is really cheap to pay an actual attorney to do it. The benefit is you won't necessarily get your trademark any earlier, but because Amazon's working with these trusted attorneys, as soon as the attorneys say that, yes, we feel like this trademark is going to get approved, they'll give you brand registry right away. So you don't have to wait a year to 2 years anymore. It's just as soon as they feel like they have a good case, and chances are you will not be turned down.
Okay, thank you. The second question.
We follow up on that one?
About 3 follow-ups.
Okay.
Just the follow-up would be, you can already have your trademark submitted and then go to them? Or you have to do an application through them initially?
That I don't know yet. I haven't seen that scenario yet. I don't know. I would contact them. I'm quite certain that their attorneys would still want to take your money.
Oh, sure,
so you could, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Since it's new, this probably is a silly question at this point, but I was just wondering if it gives you any more, I guess, ability while waiting through that process to remove people from your listing. So that probably would.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You get all the other protections of brand registry.
Awesome. All right.
Yeah, and then you can get Project Zero and you can manually remove anybody you want.
Yeah, so the other question is a hack question. I heard from Kirsty, actually, that there is a way to show that you are about to go out of stock,
No, well,
even
that
if you're
wasn't
not. Right?
So the thing was around long-term storage fees, right? So essentially, one thing that we've tried is that when the long-term storage fee is about to hit, you can hold your inventory. So like a week before, you hold the inventory, like you do when you're gonna, launch your product, and hold that inventory, and then as soon as the long-term storage fee date passes, then you can put the inventory back in, and you don't get charged the long-term storage fee. Yeah.
Yeah, my question though was, when we discussed that, I said, okay, this is nice because maybe you look like you're about to go out of stock, which creates scarcity, right? And then you said there is a way to do that.
There was a tool that did that, but I can't remember the name of it. Can you guys remember the name of it? Yeah. Does it not do it anymore?
Okay.
Do you remember it? Yeah.
My question for you is, what's a heck question?
A heck.
Yeah, Tony?
What are you talking about?
Sorry. Oh. I have a question about wholesale. So I have a company that's been reaching out to me to wholesale my products, and I'm leaning towards no, but I'm just wanting to understand kind of everybody's perspective, somebody's perspective on that.
My perspective is a couple things. First of all, how do you protect them from reselling on Amazon? It just gives you a little bit less control on things. I've been approached by a lot of brands. And the thing is, where are you with your business? Like, do you feel like you're scaling yet, or are you just kind of getting going?
Just getting going.
Yeah, it's going to be another variable that's going to be a distraction that'll cost things. It's not that it might not be a good long-term thing, but I know when we were looking at it, it was just more of a distraction, and I heard horror stories. So my opinion, no.
Yeah, so our e-commerce brand, like, we get all kinds of people from all over the world that are like, yeah, your product's going to work great in this country and that kind of thing. And then my business partner's like, what should we do? And I'm like, just quote them a price that, if they want to buy it at that price, then, like, totally it works. But it doesn't mean we're going to give them some, like, incredible deal. And I think some of them are trying to get you to, like, front inventory and that kind of thing. And in our experience, most of the time when we quoted them a price that's maybe like, maybe if the product's selling for like $25, $30, like we're quoting them, like 50, maybe 40% off of that or something. So still profitable for us. And that's pretty much, they've all disappeared at that point. Like, I don't know if half of them are actually serious. And I think they want inventory for free and then hopefully that it sells.
Got it.
But yeah.
I'll go with Greg first.
So when we're doing new product analysis, if there's one competitor who's really competitive, like the top one selling heaps and heaps, but then the next 2 or 3 are still within reach, they've still got good volumes, can we just completely exclude that top person from Jungle Scout so they don't throw all the figures? Because if we took 2nd or 3rd or 4th place, there'd still be quite reasonable money to be taken. So can we just knock them out completely, or do we have to still consider them in the analysis?
When you talk about the number one knocking out of the park, what kind of numbers are you, what's the variance you're talking about?
I don't have a specific example here, but like let's say that the top ones you're doing 5,000 a month, and then the next 2, 3, and 4 are doing sort of 1,500 a month each or something like that. If you could take a third from each of them, you'd be doing quite comfortably yourself, even if you weren't number one.
Yeah, I mean, your goal would be you want to be able to steal from the one above and the one below as well. So you want to be obviously position number 2. And if you can steal from multiple locations, then you obviously want to be able to do that. But they're still commanding and demanding sales. At the end of the day, when a customer comes into Amazon, it's about share of pocket, share of the credit card, share of the wallet. So if it's if it's there to serve a purpose, you want to make sure that you'll be able to divert traffic to you. So you do include them; they are important. But if you want to be able to, I suppose, hover your numbers and your estimated target price, target volume between the 1 and 2, so get an average of the 2.
Yeah, and think about it like this: if like all the sales on Amazon's a pie, maybe they have like 50% of the pie from like the top 4 people, or 60% of the pie. Well, you still want to get in that 60%, so you still want to include them, so you know how to get there. Does that make sense? So if they're all kind of averaging like 400 or 40 a day or whatever, you want to get to 40 a day as well, right?
Yeah, I think what you're saying as well is that when you first aim for them, right? Knock them out, and then you can aim for the top one. Yeah. Yeah.
If you did the metrics on just including the top one, the numbers would probably all go red because it's just too many.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, so yeah, go for those bottom ones, and then when you move in, then you can go for the top.
Listing hijacking. What does it really mean? How do they do it, and what to do about it if it happens?
Me? Why are you calling me out?
Seemed like you really wanted to talk about hijackers.
Oh no, not at all. They're probably better actually.
So I can start with that a little bit. So a hijacker, there's multiple different ways that people can jump on your listing. So a hijacker, for what most people would call, is somebody who sells a version of your product that's not yours on your listing. So it's actually Amazon's listing, right? You just put the ACE in there and it's your product. So that's Amazon's catalog listing. They come on as a third-party seller saying that they have your product, but they probably don't because you haven't wholesaled to them. They probably never bought your product en masse. And they're trying to sell it at a cheaper product. So if they did buy it from you, why would they sell it cheaper? They'd lose money, right? So it's generally speaking, that's a Chinese factory putting their price at like $3 on your product of whatever, $12, $15, and that person's selling a counterfeit version of your product. So that is actually both illegal and against Amazon's policies. So if you think that that's happened, you would then go through, especially like Brand Registry and Project Zero now, you say this person's selling a counterfeit item, and they remove that person from Amazon, from your listing. Now there's other ways to do it. One is called retail arbitrage. I don't even know if that's actually technically the accurate term for it, but that's what everybody's called it. Where they jump on your listing, they quadruple the price, and they kind of just say, okay, I'm selling your product for $50 or $80 or whatever, and all they're hoping for is somebody buys their product over yours because they think that that's the real price or something. There's a lot of other reasons why they do this, but the idea is that they're going to make money without actually having to purchase the inventory. So what they do is when they actually order it at $80, they just take your product, order it, and send it to that customer. So they're actually not doing anything illegal, but it's pretty much ripping the customer off, right? So in my experience, what I do is I send them a letter saying, I know that you're trying to do this. I appreciate if you don't try to, rip off the customer. It'd be great if you could just take your listing off and move it somewhere else. I don't care where else. Just create your own listing. So does that make sense? So there's other ways that can happen, but those are the two most common ways that people consider hijackers.
One thing with Amazon, though, is you can resell the product.
Yes.
So, because people used to get frustrated by that, but if I buy your product and I use it and I'm like, I want to resell it, I can resell it. And what are you doing with your inventory, too? Because a lot of times people just have their returns and refunds shipped back to Amazon, and Amazon resells it. So there is a little bit of competition that way where you can, do you know what I'm saying? Because there is a difference between hijacking and what legally Amazon allows. So.
Yeah, there's another big category for hijack is that the people have the Vendor Central account. They have a higher power, they're privileged to make the change of your listings. Yeah, they can do. There's lots of Chinese sellers doing this, and it's very common among the Chinese sellers. Maybe you don't know, but yeah, I heard lots of those stories. And they can even put some whatever the text in Chinese and just change it. And they fight with those kind of service providers. There's some service providers. They have a whole bunch of the Vendor Central accounts. They can just change. If you have a Vendor Central account, you can follow that listing. You sell this listing, then you have the right to make the change for this. And when this happens, the only way is that you just report to Amazon and see if they can just make this one, put it back.
Yeah, but try not to stress about that. I mean, if it happens, it happens. You just take a look at your account. You'll know right away. You'll know when your sales. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, brand registry and Project Zero really help defend that. So if you have that kind of stuff, those protections of trademark, while they might take temporary control over your listing, you can go back to Amazon and say, look, I've got the trademark. I'm the brand owner. I've had this product selling for X amount of time. These people just came in with a Vendor Central account or came in with a flat file and tried to update my listings and titles and just send it back, basically put a strike against their vendor account because they're just doing things illegally, and they'll actually take action. And if they don't, send an email to Notice Dispute at Amazon, Notice-Dispute, and then Seller Performance and Jeff at Amazon, and they'll take care of it. Brand registry. So you got to get a trademark. Project Zero.
No,
Yeah,
you can sign up.
You
for it
can
now,
you
though.
can apply to be in it now. I think if you just Google Amazon Project Zero, it should take you to the transparency helps as well because that's actually related specifically to your individual products, but that won't secure your listing necessarily. No, you can sign up. You can apply for Project Zero if you just Google Amazon. Oh, transparency. Yeah, it's a specific individual barcode. Yeah, it's 5 cents, but then to make the sticker that goes on it might cost 50 cents or something. So yeah.
Now with the main question, the hijacking, the most common one is someone selling a counterfeit product off there. So as soon as you see it happen, the first thing you do if you're not a part of brand registry is you want to do a test buy of it, of there, because you can buy your own product if someone else is selling it. I know that you can't buy your own products if you're a seller, but you can buy someone else's. So you want to get that going. Also, when you do that, always, we do this like every other day. We just check and see who's on there selling. Always, 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 when you do that, use your primary keyword to get some ranking juice out of it. If I know someone's hijacked it and I suspect it's counterfeit, I'm going to do like my most competitive keyword, find my product, buy it from them because I'm going to get some ranking juice out of it. Why not? Then what I'm going to do is as soon as I know that it's counterfeit, I'm going to report it to Amazon as counterfeit, and then I'm going to send it back for a refund and all the money you get back. So you get ranking juice out of it, and you get them off there, and you get your money back. It's really easy.
One of the questions I have is, I've seen that my product it's not hijacked on Amazon, but it's duplicated on eBay. So I think what they're doing, they're just drop shipping my product to their customer and they're charging a few dollars more. I mean, I haven't really worried about it. Should I have any concern? I say, hey, it's an extra sale channel, right?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah.
Tony?
So this question might be for you. So I'm curious about, and maybe this was covered in one of the calls, but the new 24 rule with ManyChat, and then also and how that impacts what we learned in the training, and then also thoughts around the SMS and email stuff.
Okay, so yeah, this is probably most applicable to me, unfortunately. I will answer this question. There is a new rule. Facebook's kind of always tried to abide by this, but it's now kind of being enforced, obviously. There is a 24-hour that you cannot contact them about promotional material. So you cannot promote something if you haven't contacted these people and they've engaged with you in 24 hours. Does that make sense? So you can't send them a promotion to get a discount code or purchase something of your product or anything like that. However, you can contact them one day and say, hey, just letting you guys know, here's a community update. Anybody who would like to receive more information about launches that we're going to do in the future, click yes. That's just a community update, right? They click yes. The next day you can go to them with a promotional offer like, hey, we're going to be launching this product. Anybody who's interested that wants to get this product for X% off, click yes here. Then as soon as they say yes, then you can go ahead and contact them via a messenger, direct message, and then send them the instructions on how to get that. Now, as far as the SMS and text, I think that you're saying like moving them from ManyChat into like a text or WhatsApp or something like that. Well, let me ask anybody here. Does anybody like to get text messages from companies? One person. Does anybody else? You guys like to get text messages from companies? I hate it. I absolutely hate it. As soon as I get it, I report it as spam. I block them. Now, I'm not saying that's everybody, but what I would say is it can get some really good response, but it's kind of, I think text has kind of lost a lot of its effectiveness over the last couple of years because people have been doing a lot. You can get good response. You can test it out. ManyChat is kind of a really friendly way of doing it. It's kind of when they're there, they're already doing something and they're already in that application, whereas they're not texting you to get them to text them back, right? Whereas a ManyChat ad, they're already on Facebook, and you're basically saying, I'm going to contact you by Messenger, and they're saying, yes, that's okay, and then you're contacting them by Messenger, which they've already agreed that that's okay to do. Now, if you then take their information and then contact them by text, they're probably not going to like that as much, but you can test it out. So it's definitely, I know everybody's probably tried it at one point, at least in some limited, with especially with like training programs, like we've done it before. I haven't done it for my Amazon business, but you can try it. Matt, did you have something you want to add about it?
Hello. So part of my philosophy, I guess, when it comes to marketing is I want every way possible I can to get a hold of a customer or prospect. And so usually I'm going to prioritize email, especially if you're doing stuff outside of Amazon, email's good. But still want to try to get them on a text message list. So for example, for our e-commerce store, we have like a cart abandonment sort of script that will capture people's cell phone, and we'll use that for text marketing. And for us, it's worked fairly well. I mean, the other day we sent out a campaign, and we could track back like $1,300 to that single text message. But I mean, I think like anything, Isaac's kind of saying, people don't really want to receive that stuff. People don't really want to receive emails from companies either. So you just have to kind of respect the medium. And if you're going to use it, just be aware of, you're sending this thing to their phone. It's probably going to be pretty annoying. But on the other hand, if you actually have a good proposition for them, like a good coupon, the one that worked really well for us was we told them the deal was ending in 3 hours, and then we were giving them, I can't remember, 20-30% off or something like that. And that's why I think it worked very well, because we hadn't had any that had performed quite as well, because I don't think there was that scarcity, which, when it comes to text marketing, I mean, that's probably the biggest value is you can get a hold of people immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And what seems to be happening with ManyChat, I was checking some of our stats, is open rates on that seems to be kind of tanking, at least in our experience. It used to be 80-90%. And now the most recent one I checked out was 40%. Now maybe we've messaged quite a bit and stuff like that, and so maybe we're partially to blame. But on the other hand, I think people are just getting used to it, especially if it's coming from a brand or a business, and you're the only brand or a business amongst all their friends and stuff in their messenger. So just something to watch out for. I think it's going to kind of keep going down. Still a good channel we want to keep using, but I kind of prefer to have people on every channel possible.
Mm-hmm.
I remember one time we ran an ad that was we were trying to get people to go to a landing page and opt in with their email address, and instead we're let's get them to, I think, comment below or send us a message so that we get them on Messenger. And then all we did was have an autoresponder that went from the Messenger to the landing page and asked them to enter their email, the same landing page. And we actually ended up with a higher opt-in rate overall, and we got them on Messenger. And so for us, anytime we can get people on 2 channels rather than just one, totally way better. So would use all of them, but just definitely pay attention to the medium, because the same sort of strategy is going to work on everyone.
Everything goes down over time. Email used to be awesome, and now it's way down. But what I would say, Tony, is how far have you gotten into getting the marketing stuff going on your business? Are you pretty much, do you have a list of any kind? Messenger, Facebook, email? Okay, so you probably have a very small, outside of Amazon audience right now. Focus on Amazon until you get that going, and then kind of come back to the other stuff. You can grow it in the meantime, but doing stuff like text messages and stuff like that, if you don't even have a plan for it, getting emails and email lists and text message lists, probably not a high priority yet, but it should be a long-term strategy for your business.
One thing with ManyChat and is it's just a community update. I think there's 14 rules or something, but you can't send out surveys and you can't send out promotions. So they don't want anything where there's like a call to action kind of thing, but you can publish content. So that's a good thing. In every market, it's hard to do this in some markets, but if you got a market where you can publish really interesting content, just do a sequence with that too. I found that that's worked good for us. Because as soon as even if it's a YouTube video, hey, as an update to the community, we put this video together, you're going to love it, whatever the reason is. As soon as they click on that link, we have a sequence go, because they're tagged now, so that within 24 hours, we make sure to send follow-up messages. And for our physical products business, we're still seeing pretty good open rates. Definitely more than we are with the Amazing company. Yeah. But yeah, it's still working well.
Yeah, I still see 80, 70, 75 plus on my actual Amazon brand and ManyChat, but yeah.
Yeah, and one thing we set up, or I set up, I guess, for my wife's Amazon business is she had some like sort of basic package insert that went with her Amazon thing that I can't remember what it was offering, like a free coupon on your next thing, but it's not really like a product you would buy multiple of, but it is breakable. So I thought about this, and I was like, well, I feel like the thing people are going to be most scared about is they're going to buy this thing, and it's going to break, and they're not going to be able to get their money back or whatever. And so basically have a little package insert that's got a big stop sign and stuff and a big headline, and it says, hey, activate your 10-year free replacement guarantee, but you have to activate it within, I think I put 7 days or something. And it literally says text whatever the short code is to whatever the little short number is. And they text that, and so that immediately gets them on the text list. And then I ask them, okay, reply with your email, and that'll finalize your activation. And pretty much 100% of people reply with their email, and then that's set up to automatically get them in MailChimp. And so it gets them in Textiful, which is the text platform that I like the best now, and it also gets them in ManyChat, and it's like automatically integrated. And I think like 20 to 30% of people that order the product on Amazon end up on both of those lists. MailChimp, yeah, MailChimp, yeah.
This is about, I suppose coming back to what you're saying about hijackers, I thankfully haven't had one so far, but if you get one where they say, we're 2 months shipping time, and you do your test buy, what do you do in the 2 months while you're waiting for the product to potentially never arrive and can't then verify to Amazon that it is counterfeit?
Well, one thing I've done that's worked well, because usually it's because they've got the buy box, right? Otherwise, if they don't have the buy box, you don't care. But I just destroy my listing, basically. So I change out the main image to something completely weird, and then just put, do not buy from these people, and like, that's basically who the seller is, and they'll jump off. Now, you might have to do that 1 or 2, 3 times, but generally because you're prepared to keep going back with that, they'll jump off and never come back. So that's worked pretty much 100% of the time for me.
And if you don't want to do that, so you don't continue to lose sales, just report them and just say that, yeah, we got it, the product's not legitimate. You know what I mean? Even though it says it's waiting 2 months, you know that what they're doing, right? They're clearly cheating, getting a counterfeit product, whatever. So my ethics go down a little bit lower. And I'm just like, I'm going to report them. I absolutely know that this is a counterfeit product. So if they're going to do something shady and under the table, then I'm going to, the day after I buy it, I'm going to send in my report and say, they sold me this counterfeit product. And then Amazon takes care of it. And if they come back and say, hey, we didn't send you that counterfeit product yet, then that never happened yet. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, my question is back to MailChimp. So for MailChimp, I have 2 questions, and we have a pretty big list. Is how can we clean up that list? And then the second part is how to solve for the spam folder issue.
What do you mean by clean up? Like, what's the issue?
Just not active, not opening.
Yeah.
And when it's a large list, I haven't found an easy way in MailChimp to kind of clear out those. They rate them by stars.
Yeah. So most of our big list stuff we manage is through Klaviyo. So I'm not super familiar because, with my wife's thing, it's a fairly small list. But in general, it's kind of like people have a weird philosophy about email marketing. I think the more you email, it's the better it's going to perform. As long as you keep things interesting. It's got to be a combination of, coupons and discounts and providing value and information and short and long and images and not images and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's a million different blog articles on how to reactivate an email list. It's a matter of just kind of like start emailing them and see what happens, and then eventually you want to start like filtering out inactives. Like people that have received, 5 to 10 emails and still haven't opened, those will eventually just kind of hurt your deliverability, and probably with MailChimp, because MailChimp's fairly strict compared to like a Klaviyo, that they'll eventually probably like start, slapping your wrist with your account and that kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, sending coupons is a great way to do it. Some people, I'm not a huge fan of the approach, but literally ask people, hey, do you want to stay subscribed? So some people do that, but also, who do you typically send from? Your brand name or like your name? Or
I've recently switched it, so it was brand name, and then I did my name as our customer service.
Yeah, that's what I would recommend. It seems to typically work better. Sharing some of your story can be useful, but once again, keeping them in mind. The only reason that it's valuable is so they kind of, the whole know, like, and trust you. But at the end of the day, they also don't really care. So sharing a bit about yourself so they know you, but then maybe giving them a coupon at the end and that sort of thing. But yeah, I think the worst thing you can do is kind of let that list go stale. And so you should probably be emailing them, like, ideally, if you have the time, like 3 to 5 times a week. At minimum, at least a couple times a week. Yeah.
Yeah, because one of the other things that happens you don't realize is if your deliverability sucks, it actually causes you to even have worse deliverability. Like they watch, the ISPs watch, and if people aren't interested, aren't opening your emails, like it really. And another thing you want to do, you asked about getting the spam folder, is if you can get them to respond to your email, to actually reply. Like if you could say, hey, I just want to let you know that if you could just let me know if you got your product, all you have to do is reply and say all good. Because that immediately, as soon as they reply, the email starts going right into their inbox. So that's good.
Yeah, and like one company, if you just want to go like opt into their email stuff, if you can find it, is BioTrust. They're a huge supplement company that blew up overnight. They're kind of run by like a friend of a friend, but they've built that thing on like email marketing. And so if you kind of look and see what they do, that can be useful. But yeah, like Jason said, getting them to reply and saying you're running a contest or something like that, just reply and let us know what you think about X and X or whatever. That definitely can help build deliverability and make it seem more like a conversation. So like they reply to you, you reply to them, and then that can help your like deliverability skyrocket.
Okay, question about Facebook ads. In ASM9, Facebook was an important part of the LBR. SMX, it was a little bit less important, especially the new version. I don't know SM11. In Seller Pro, you have a very good course from Manol, and SellerCon also a nice presentation. In Accelerator, we heard don't worry about Facebook, just focus on PPC. So I would like to reconcile this and understand if actually driving traffic from outside is relevant.
So it matters on a few different things. First of all, the product. So with Facebook, standard commodity products suck. Health products do very well. Niche products, you have to look at your product, and this was something we learned a big lesson for, was if your product doesn't have some kind of niche, Mike's got some products that do very well because they hit a specific niche, like that survivalist kind of market. Health markets, those kind of things work really well. A lot of other products, Facebook, it's really hard. And for the products that I have that Facebook doesn't work long-term good with, it still works well for launches. Like when you're doing a launch, I like to just throw a little bit of extra traffic at the listing through Facebook, because the whole idea is you want to generate more buzz on your product, more buzz on Amazon. So I still do think it's worth doing external things. I also do press releases. I think press releases still do work good. They're a lot harder. But I think where Kirsty and Isaac are going is that 80-20 rule. Like, you don't need to start doing that stuff if you're not even doing this other stuff yet. Like, get that down pat first. I do like Facebook, and actually we got into, what is it called, the Amazon, not Alliance, with the attribution. So we're just starting to do some more tests with that now, so you can, because that was always the pain in the ass with Facebook, is you had no idea unless you did like a coupon if someone was actually buying it. And there will be these anomalies. You'd see this increase in sales, but then you're like, but the coupons aren't being used. So it was just really hard to justify if Facebook ads work. I'm excited with this new tool because now you'll be able to see directly the conversion factor. But Facebook's a complicated beast. Yeah. It really is. And for me, Facebook, where the magic for Facebook is if you when you have your own shopping cart. Like if you have a Shopify blog or Shopify site, that's where Facebook starts to be a lot more powerful. It just seems to work. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and I think if you aren't good at them now, do all the other stuff first, and then you can come back to it and get better at that.
Definitely are great for lead generation. Like when you start learning ManyChat, using Facebook ads to drive leads and create an audience, that does work well.
Oh yeah, that definitely works. We still talk about that for the ManyChat and all that stuff too as well. Yep.
So I'm just going to switch it up a bit because we're getting very tactical. So I just wanted, because we've got Matt, Jason, and Mike here who've also built massive Amazon businesses, but have also built massive other business, right, called Amazing.com. So what do you, and you've worked with a lot of sellers, so what do you think are the key traits or the key actions that you've seen really successful sellers have on Amazon?
I've talked with a few people about this here. A big thing is, I hate to say it and it sounds cliched, but persistence is if I had to give somebody just like general marketing advice that would apply to any business, including this business, anything else, I think you need to be able to try as much stuff as possible without taking some catastrophic risk that's going to kill your business. Because I don't think any of us I think things like sponsored ads and optimizing your listing, et cetera, should work for pretty much everybody. Yeah. But I think other than a few of those basic things, you don't really know what's going to work. It could be very dependent on your natural sort of disposition, what you like doing. It could be dependent on the product, the market, all that kind of stuff. For one person, they could have influencers absolutely completely crush it. Another person that hates social media, they're going to struggle to make that kind of thing work. So what I've seen work is the people who are willing to throw a lot of stuff against the wall, but do it in a way where they're not yeah, I'm going to throw, I've got, 10 grand in the bank account. I'm going to throw 5 grand here, 5 grand here. One of these better work or I'm going to be broke. That's not a good strategy. It's more I'm going to put $300 here, $300 here, $300 here, $300 here, and you're pretty guaranteed that one of them is going to work out. And so people who have been able to do that over a longer period of time and then kind of scale up what works is what I've seen. So people that are aggressive but in a smart way. There's the big stories about Richard Branson and stuff. We see him as this guy who just swings for the fences and kind of takes these massive risks. But if you read a lot about it, and sort of Sarah Blakely also, that they always sort of found a way to limit their downside.
Mm-hmm.
There was a story about Richard Branson taking on I think a couple $1 billion worth of planes at one point, and you thought that would be his risk, but he was able to limit the downside so that he could actually give them back and lose $10 million, which is small in comparison to the gain. And I think people that have done well in this business have taken that same sort of mindset and stayed at it long enough to actually see success. I was reading something the other day that was talking about, business they say has kind of a logarithmic success cycle, which means that you can be going and it feels like nothing's happening, and then all of a sudden something clicks. And then all of a sudden your momentum builds and you start actually realizing the profit and everything from it. Whereas a lot of people think that it's just kind of going to be this either straight path or they're just going to skyrocket immediately. And if it doesn't happen, they think they failed. But a lot of times there's that flat path of nothing's happening, but you're really learning and you're experiencing and you're finding a bunch of things that don't work. And I've experienced this a lot in multiple businesses myself too.
Yeah.
A lot of things are not going to work. That's one thing. And so, Kelly, actually, you come to mind because I know you started a product and you're starting over again, and that's what you got to do is your very first product. First of all, you got to take action, but the very first product at the end of the day is a test business. You got to learn the business. You got to just get a product up live. And I know we talk about branding and everything, but when you're really getting started, when it's your first product, you just got to get action going, get a product going, take action, and persist with it every day. And then, look at the numbers. And so I find that all of the successful sellers, first of all, they take action every day. And they're persistent at it. And that's where I thought you were going to, where persistence of just doing it every day. But they also accept that, not everything's going to work all the time. And the other thing is there's a product cycle, product life cycle. And so we've seen a lot of people succeed and then disappear. But it's like they hung on to that one product. They hung on to those two products. And the reality is a product is going to have a cycle. So your product's going to shine, and then it's going to start going downhill. And that's a time where you have to then innovate. You have to come up with something, some way to save the product or drop the product. And being able to drop products is a big thing. We went from 30 SKUs to 7 because we were having a hard time dropping products. I know Mike's going through the same thing because they were profitable at one time, But then all of a sudden your profit is going down and down and down, and you're working your ass off. And then it's like, but then you even look at the paper and things aren't like, it's so hard to just shut your emotions off and look at the numbers. Like we've gone to, so this girl Kyla works with me, and we've got into discussions where all of a sudden we're going down this rabbit hole of, again, almost going with a product because we kind of like it versus letting the numbers do it, letting the math do it. So yeah, I guess those random thoughts from Jay.
And so for me, just two things. One, it's kind of aligned with what Matt and Jay spoke been saying. Jason Fladden, one of my favorite sayings he said before, is that when you're running a business like this, imagine there's 99 doors, and each of those doors is a strategy or a tactic for your business, and you just got to keep knocking on each one until you find the right one. Because the door that works for me may not work for Kirsty, may not work for Amanda, for Rebecca, whatever. Like, and I know that frustrates people all the time. They want to hear, here's a plan, A, B, C, D, that we can all follow, every single step that's going to work for everyone. It just doesn't work that way in this business. You have to be willing to try different things and then keep trying them until you find the one that works for you. I guarantee you that one of those will work, but most people who get frustrated after trying one thing, they will be the ones saying, this business doesn't work. Don't ever go out and try an Amazon business. It doesn't work because they've tried one door. Just keep knocking. And then but the thing that I've seen, probably people here and especially people that I've seen be successful over the past year, are the people that, this is very tactical, are willing to invest their money back into the business. Those by far are the ones that I've seen be the most successful because they're not out there getting nervous, feeling like I have to make $500 next month to go do this so I can quit my job. The people that are actually taking that money and willing to put it back into more inventory and say that I'm going to wait a year before I take it out of the business, well, God, their lives are totally different a year and a half, 2 years later because they've invested all that time and money back in the business. That's like the number one thing I've seen out of successful people.
Yeah. And the number one thing I've seen out of the people that don't complete it is they blame everything on everyone else. Mm-hmm. They don't take ownership for anything. You see the excuses. Actually, I was looking through a survey that we just did for one of the products that we sell, and for the people that rated it low, every one of their comments was nothing but deflecting, and all the people that are succeeding, it was a completely different mindset, and it's the exact same product. So it just shows you that, you know, if you're going to do it, own it and take responsibility for it. So
yeah. Kirsty, I think we have very similar answers. The one thing I would probably add on is the successful people nail the basic stuff first, and then they grow it from there. Whereas everybody wants to skip the basic stuff and go, what was that strategy that you had worked? That was magic. That magic thing, that's all I'm going to focus on. And so they don't actually have a good listing. They don't actually understand sponsored ads. They actually don't understand conversion, traffic metrics, anything like that. And then they just expect to build this awesome empire out of thin air, right?
Yeah.
So I think that was where, when we were approached by you guys with Amazing Accelerators, we're like, well, the reason we've seen people get results is because they actually mastered the fundamentals first, and then they went on to do this other stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, and again, it comes back to what Jason was talking about in terms of knowing the numbers, because once you know the numbers, then you can grow from there as well, right? And I completely agree with the investment side. I mean, that was the same for me. I was in a unique position where I managed to get some cash that I could live on that money. And I know people that they'll take their quarter four money and they secure their salary for the next year, right? Because they want to grow the business, but they're like, great, I'm good. I know that I can live off this cash, and I'm going to reinvest all of it back into the business. So it was a good probably year before I started to take a salary out of the business.
Yeah, I didn't take my salary until about a year in as well.
Yeah.
About a year and 3 months.
Yeah.
Well, so you have to grow the business, right? So Profit First, the book by Mike Michalowicz. Most of you guys have probably been in this business for probably a year at least now. Once you run the business now, Mike Michalowicz would say, set profit off to the side so that way on a rainy day you'll have it and your business won't fail. Probably good advice. It's like mad money, right? Like, hey, if I lose my job tomorrow, I have 3 months savings. That's kind of what you're doing with your business with his advice. But you're not taking it and putting it into your pocket just for no reason.
You know, you're not running expenses through the business that you don't need to run through the business, right? You're not, you know, I know a lot of people that go, great, now I'm getting some cash out of the business, I'll buy a car with it, or I'll, you know, take holidays on it and all this other stuff, and you end up with a lot of crap in the business that is not part of the business. And the other key thing is not to run it on a load of credit. I think we've seen a lot of people getting, unless you're confident about what you're doing, we've seen a lot of people, get credit cards and all this other thing, and some for, the minority it might work, but you don't want to overextend yourself when it comes to that stuff. So that's why we say take the money from the business and invest it back versus getting loans and stuff like that to do that. Yeah.
And when I say reinvest as much back as possible, I don't mean don't ever reward yourself.
Yeah.
Like, I also think it's important that we're in this to have a little bit of fun and set goals. So when you hit that point, you get $10,000 a month in sales. Go out to a nice dinner. That's not what I'm talking about. I think, as a matter of fact, that's really important to do. Set goals, reward yourself, so you start feeling some of the benefits. But in general, and if you can, invest as much back into the business, you will see the benefits 10 times over.
So something interesting, when we were creating Amazing Accelerators, so we knew we had this audience. We've created ASM, and we have all these successful people. Then we have the people that aren't successful. It's like, how can we help those people? So we were, me and Matt were talking, and say, because everyone keeps talking about marketing strategies. They think that's the solution. And so I talked to Kirsty, I talked to Norm Farrar, I talked to a few other people, and people that are doing coaching programs, and it's all coming down to the same thing again, where what's really happening is the people that are succeeding. First of all, who here loves math and data and spreadsheets? Yeah. Do you really? And did you 6 months ago? Let me ask you that. Because that's a big thing, first of all, is that people are afraid to look at their product. They think it's got to be some other reason. It's not my product. I got to do better marketing. I got to get more reviews. I got to do these other things. And that was one of the things with Kirsty and Isaac where they really focused back. No, you got to stop and look at your product and really understand, because there's no point doing anything else in your business if your product's not going to make you money. You're just wasting time. And so it's interesting, what I think a lot of times what happens is the people that are successful, first of all, a lot of times the people are successful right away because they just got a good product right away. We still, there's certain customers that are succeeding right now with ASM, like doing over 100 grand a month. They're still only selling one product. I mean, like that just doesn't happen very often. But the people that are really succeeding, it seems that first of all, they're okay with dropping products. They're constantly adding new inventory, and they're constantly improving on their products as well too. A piece of advice that I heard that I thought was really good, and we started implementing, is every time you order new inventory, try to figure out some little tweak to your product. Because I'm going to throw, I won't say a name actually, I won't throw anyone from Australia under the bus here. But he even admitted he kind of got distracted from the business. Like he set it up, it was doing really well, and that was a couple years ago, and he kind of got complacent. And all of a sudden now things are starting to kind of fall back, so he's got to get back into it. That's a big thing too, is we like to talk about like even for me, I have my Amazon business where I've only recently started working it more again because I was trying to get away with having other people do it and me just working an hour a week reviewing numbers. Well, that's really hard to grow a business to do that. Like, you have to be involved in this business. You have to work it. The .com lifestyle, what that means is that you can work from anywhere. You still got to work, though. You still got to work the business, So, yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah. It's not, and it can be, but then you're going to run the risk that it's going to start dwindling again. So I do feel very blessed. I have a really good girl that works in the company. But again, sometimes I think I put expectations on her to scale this company, and she can't. It's not her company. It's not her vision. That's just not her mindset. And at the end of the day, it's your company. That's your responsibility.
Yeah. Bosh. Come on, Israel. Whack it in there. I can ask two.
Yes, one is about pattern for the products. Is it important to do that once you already have a brand registry, or it doesn't? We don't need it once the brand is already registered.
A patent?
So I'll give you my experience. So I don't patent my products because my products are not patentable. If I could get the patent, I would. But I sell stuff that, like, you can't patent a spoon, right? It's impossible to patent a spoon unless you design it in a way that you can patent it. Now, if you've got the specific design that you can patent, yeah, you can try and patent it. The problem with that is that you have to give a very good design reason, or what do they call it? Not just the design, but like maybe the formulation, like maybe the chemicals you used in the spoon or whatever. If you have specific things that only you do and nobody else does, then you can get a patent. If you're just selling a private label product that's exactly the same as everybody else, you can't patent that product. Does that make sense?
So out of all of our SKUs, we have one patent on one SKU because it's a certain unique product where there's a pattern imprinted on it. And for some reason, it's funny that people can sell the same product. They just have to say, can you make a different pattern? But everyone just rips off our pattern. So because we have a patent on it, nobody else sells that product. But none of my other products could make sense to do that for. So, but it is very worth it for that product because there's no other competition. So patents work, but it has to be a really unique reason that your product can be patented.
Okay, how to recover from not, like Christy was saying about not making money for your product, and then you find yourself with loans, credits, and all that. How to recover and go back again to business? Because that's happened to me. I waste money on my product, and I would like to reinvest again. So how can I do that?
Well, I suppose it really depends on how much cash you've actually got, right? The one thing that I would do is, if I found myself in that position, I'd be like, okay, well, I really want to grow this business. So how much can I afford right now with all the cash resources that I have? And then I'd put a plan in place to be able to pay off the debt that I've actually incurred in the business. So I'd have to do some, apart from, I would take my revenue every month, then I'd be like, okay, I need to put that much back into the business, and then this much to pay off the loans and the credit that I've actually, incurred along the way. And you can work with work with the providers to be able to do that, like put a payment plan in place, for instance.
Yeah, we actually worked with a guy back in 2016. He was 250,000 Australian dollars in debt, which is about $200,000. He basically applied all the principles of the coaching that we taught him at the time and how to sell on Amazon and how to improve his listings and all that stuff. He paid that off in 6 months. Now that's an extreme example, but this guy was focused on paying that off so that way he could live, the lifestyle he wanted.
Yeah.
So he started launching products. He actually took out more loans to increase that, but then started paying it back immediately, right? So he had, I think he said he had like $1,000 left on his credit card. He's like, I immediately turned that into like, another product or whatever he did, maybe launched it or marketed it, and then essentially started putting in the plan. Here's how much money I'm making. Here's how much money I use to pay back the loan. He started paying himself a $10,000 salary, Australian dollars, by the time he was, I think it was his birthday, which was January the next year, and he started doing this in April. So this was 2016 and 2017. It's an extreme example. I'm not saying everybody can do that because I don't even know how he did that. He's a very focused guy. He doesn't have a TV because he doesn't want any distraction. He works like 19 hours a day just because he can. But put a plan in place and then move towards it. He is. Crazy enough, yeah. Yeah, his wife almost left him, but yeah, he paid everything back, but yeah.
The first thing I would do, though, is make a spreadsheet so you know exactly how much you owe.
Yep.
And it's hard to do. I mean, we've all been in debt at some point in our lives. Like every one of us has been at some point. So,
student loans.
Yeah. Make a spreadsheet of everything you owe, and then make a spreadsheet. Then add to it what you have every month, and then what you can pay to pay it off quicker. And like it'll hurt, but just kind of figure it all out. And if you know that every month you have to pay like $1,200, just start paying these debts down. Then figure out a way to pay that down. I know it sounds dumb, but like if you need to keep working in your job for a while longer, dedicate some of that money just towards paying that down. And then you'll have that money on autopilot, paying those debts down, and then figure out what you can afford to put into this business without increasing that. Just kind of a very slow, methodical way of figuring out how you get that. I'd almost separate that from the business. That's your personal debt, right? That's you said that. How are you going to pay that off? You don't got to worry about doing it in a day or 6 months or a year. Maybe put a 5-year plan in place to pay that off. Don't increase it, and then focus on how you're going to grow your business without touching any of that and getting more debt.
Cool. So give everybody up here a round of applause for all the great advice and great questions and answers. So that's going to be it for the live stream today. So we're just going to work out in the room now for the rest of the day so we can go ahead and turn off the live stream. But one thing before we go, obviously, if you're sitting at home thinking about how to grow your business, you obviously want to start implementing the stuff that we talked about in the room today and from yesterday as well. And then, go through the training if you haven't gone through the training. I know not everybody's gone through all 8 modules yet. Go through the training. Now that you've seen kind of some live demonstrations of how to make this stuff work and action it, definitely go through the training. Yeah, I got it.
Make sure you post in the community as well, right? So the community is obviously still live. So make sure you guys, if you've got any, especially for the live streamers, got any questions around what we were talking about in the room for the last 2 days, then post that in the community as well.
All right. So, we'll go ahead and say goodbye to the live streamers, and everybody here will get to the workshop stuff now. And so for everybody here in the room, we're just going to pass out a survey, little feedback form of how you got value and experience out of this weekend workshop. So we really like to know, because obviously this is the very first Amazing Accelerators Live workshop. We'd like to know what your guys' feedback is so we can improve things. Obviously anything you guys can give us improvements on, we can put that in. Anybody else?
No, that's good. And then do that for now, and then we will start the workshop in about 5 minutes.
Yep.
Anything.
Anything. Yep.
Anything. Well, within reason. You know what I mean?